two. Two, two, two. Two, two, two. Yeah. Pop, something. Pop.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that beautiful song. We would like to invite the mayor to give us a message this morning. Thank you.
The elders, all that are gathered, thank you for your stories. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your culture and the heritage and all your teaching. And as we had the strawberries, we seek your forgiveness. And as we gathered, we drink the water. Let us make a commitment that we work to make sure the truth and the stories are heard for generations and generations, for people that are new here or people who have been here for a long time. And then as we seek reconciliation, we remember the importance of justice. We remember the importance of caring for each other and sharing what we have, as you have done today, this morning. We see the sun coming up. We feel the warmth beginning to come into us. As we take our journey together, let's support each other here at Nathan Phillips Square in a circle. We're all together. And thank you so, so very much for your teaching and your learning. Make rich.
Thank you. Thank you to the fire keepers that have kept this fire going for days, to the support staff that bring everything together, the tables, the wood, to the faith carriers that bring the berries, the water, everything that goes into making this event possible. we also want to thank them. And so this concludes our sunrise ceremony. And please remember to put your tobacco in the fire. And again, everyone is welcome, and we hope to see each other at another event, or maybe our paths will cross. And so again, this is a beautiful day, and partake, network. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Just a reminder for this morning, because we are beginning at 8:30 this morning over here to begin our march into the Spirit Garden. So just a reminder for those former students, you need to get your breakfast. Breakfast is available. Where we're on a time frame now, about a half an hour. So if you could move as immediately as possible. We've got a lot of work to do today, okay? So thank you very much.
2, 2, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Just gonna walk over here. Make sure we're just gonna walk around. 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. What? Sounds just like my voice. Give me a 2-minute countdown. Give me a 2-minute. Just hit start. Wow. Unbelievable. Sounds good. 1, 2. Hey.
Yeah, sounds clear and steady. And let's try drop, please.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, drop. 1, 2. This is the other mic, just off to the side.
Thanks, perfect.
2.
Thanks, Ben.
1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're talking like this, talking around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Mic a little bit towards your face, like point it towards your face.
Yeah. Not everybody's this tall, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. It's the same. Oh, I like what you did something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good morning. Good welcome. Great. How do I look? Jeffrey? Look good? Yeah? Amazing. That's what I want to hear. All right.
hear it. Okay. All right, great. Oh, okay. Does it? Okay, copy. Manual. Okay. I did, I'm at 30% maybe right now. And I see it minus 10 dB. Okay. Low. Okay. That's so high. Oh, you know what? Hang on a second. The dial on the front that no one ever uses. There it is. Okay. That's, so where do you, okay, so this is me talking now. And that's good. Okay, I'm going to be out in the crowd anyway, so if you want me to turn it down further, let me know. Okay. Can you hear now? Yes, better. As to be able to go into the Hey, Jeez, I'll be back up on the stand in a second. All right. Good, you can finally hear me. We're organizing here. Everybody is that's going inside the Spirit Garden this morning is going to meet on the east side of the square over here. So that's where we're starting from. Kevin Myron over here has got the Eagle staff, so you will follow him over that direction. You will need a bracelet to be able to get into the Spirit Garden because there is limited seating inside, okay? So if you are given a bracelet, you're going to get in. If you don't have a bracelet, you can still walk with the residential school students, the former students, up to the gate, but you're not going to be able to get into the gate, okay? So that's our plan for this morning. Our objective was to try to be moving by 8:30. So everybody who has a bracelet, please come to the east side. We're getting ready, and we're going to start to move. We have limited time. We're on a schedule, so if you could do that for us, we'd be really, really thankful. We don't need a camera. For everybody that's not going into the Spirit Garden this morning, it's going to be broadcast on the screen. So if you have a seat here in front of the screen, you're going to see all the activities. So get a good seat, and it's going to only be like 3.5 hours. We'll be finished before noon.
Okay. I think right here, yeah. If you can.
You want me to help
Yeah,
block it?
behind
Just
me,
yeah.
Plus, I can hear you through this here. Oh, they're going all the way around. They're going all the way around. I can catch them around the corner. You still got procession. You can. Problem is, you know what?
You want to just pick them up from there?
I think so. Yeah, they're coming around that corner. I see where they're coming. Yeah.
We'll go down this way. Okay, if they have to turn.
Yep. Here they come. They're gonna go. Yeah, I know. They're trying to figure out which side they're gonna go on. I think this is a shot here. Irish kid.
seats there.
Pardon?
There's a bunch of empty seats there.
Those were dignitary. They had like 160 seats, I think. 300 seats.
Test, test. People are still coming in. Where did Marco go? He was there. I said, where did Marco go?
What?
Marco, he was there. I was sitting down there.
Yeah. Wow, that's loud.
They still coming in? They still coming in? Okay. And then I'll do the welcome to our territory.
Yeah.
And then you can do the program.
Welcome to the lands. Then I'll come back and do the program.
Okay. You're going to do it?
Yeah, I'll do that.
You're going first, then I'll do mine.
Yeah. And I'll talk about the people first.
Okay.
Water. We're just going to wait a couple more minutes. There's people still coming through the entrance, and we're going to get started very soon. Quingani Wiloma. We send our greetings to each and every one of you this morning. We hope that you are well and that your families are well. I'm honored today to be one of the chairs for this Spirit Gathering opening today, and welcome each and every one of you to this event this morning.
Sego, yo haji na yangats, kanyange hage, Haudenosaunee. My name is Yohaji, it means along the path, and my English name is Ava Hill, and I am a co-MC along with Gord Peters. And I just want to take a minute to welcome you to the land on which we are gathered, which is the traditional territory of the Erie, the Neutral, the Wendat, the Anishinaabeg, and the Haudenosaunee. This territory is mutually covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Covenant, which is an agreement between the Iroquois Confederacy and other allied Indian nations who agreed to an everlasting peace and to share and care for the lands and the resources around the Great Lakes. Toronto is a Haudenosaunee word, which means a stick or a tree at the water that we used as the marker to identify the entry to our beaver hunting grounds. We are so pleased that so many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island are now living in Toronto, and we continue to welcome them, along with newcomers that arrive every day, and we encourage them to look after our resources and share in the spirit of peace, friendship, and respect. Nyawa.
So before we begin our festivities today, I have the honor of introducing Sadie Buck, who is a traditional singer. She's going to come up this morning. She comes from a long line of traditional singers and dancers with her and her family. I've seen her at many performances, and I've seen her do many of those in faraway places. One time I turned on the TV, she's singing at the Olympics. So she has been around, and she has a phenomenal voice, and she's going to do that song for us this morning. That's going to get us started, and it's going to energize us, and it's going to get us moving. Sadie.
I forgot to acknowledge our guests. We'll do it after Shuni.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Who do we have to acknowledge?
All our guests on the list.
Okay.
This list here.
Okay.
After Shuni's
Now
gonna
it's
be open,
Gano.
basically.
Gagueco. First of all, I want to wish everybody here a good day, and I think we're going to have one. And the other thing I think is, for me, is really important, is that in having the Spirit Garden here, because it's pretty permanent, and I think that that's such a good thing that this is going to be here forever now. So I congratulate all of the people that were involved in making sure that this happened here and that this is here now. And every time I see on the TV and I look at Toronto, and when the ice is in or something, I'm going to look and see if I can see this in the screen. And that's just my own nosiness. But this song I'm going to sing, I wrote, it's called the Aboriginal Dance Opera Bones. And this song that I'm going to sing is, it says in the song, well, first of all, for the Dance Opera Bones, because it was for the spirit of the earth, which is part of what everything is here, the Spirit Garden is all about, is our people. And as Indigenous people around the world, then we are all connected to the land. And so now this Spirit Garden is on the land, and it's permanently here. And so this song reflects that. And it says in there, for everybody, it says in there, you listen, you remain strong and be of a good mind. That's what the song says. But it's in a language called the language of the world. And the Kensa people of South America have they perform their ceremonies for thousands and thousands of years, and they do the ceremonies in the language of the world. And nowadays they don't understand the language, but they still use it in their ceremonies. So we borrowed that concept when we did the Aboriginal Dance Opera Bones. We did that concept, and I wrote the songs for the opera in that language. So I created the language, and then I wrote the songs in it. So this song is in the language of the world, and that's what it says. You listen, be of one mind, always remember, be strong. So that's what the song says in the language of the world. Hey, yo. Sanitos esonae mas hey yo hey yo hey yo Sanitos esonae mas hey yo esonae mas biam wawan sano sanito esonae mas hey yo hey yo esonae mas hey yo no sanitos esonae mas. Thank you. Yahweh. Sadie, I'm glad everybody's here. Yahweh.
We'll start acknowledging our guests first.
We should do the agenda first.
Okay, we do have a program up here we're going to try and follow. We just want to, I'll quickly run through it for you. We have some opening remarks as the co-chairs. We've been here for 3 days, and we've been here for many years, actually. So we're going to do some acknowledgements, and then we're going to ask Andrea Christian to come up and talk about a few minutes about the significance of the banner, which you see here, and the ribbon skirts that the survivors have on, the purple ribbon skirts and the shirts. And Gord and I are so lucky that they gifted us with one, and Yahweh to all of you for doing that. And then we're going to have the residential school survivors come up and introduce themselves, and then also remember some of our former friends that are no longer with us that were also residential school survivors, and that were there when we started planning the spirit garden. So they are here, their spirits are here with us as well, and we want to acknowledge them. And then Gord is going to talk a little bit about the history of the residential schools. I want to talk a bit about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Orange Shirt Day, which I'm glad to see so many orange shirts out today, and some other TRC initiatives that are happening around the country and around the world. And then we're going to end up with our artists. We had 6 artists who worked on the various elements that you see here. And they're going to come up and talk to each of them, and then we'll wrap up, and then we'll transition back to the main stage. We'll take a lunch break, and then we'll transition back to the main stage, and we'll have some entertainment for those that can't get in here. You can also see this on the big screen over in the main stage right now. But we welcome everybody back to hear some more entertainment in the afternoon as we close off our 4 days of celebration of the Legacy Gathering for the residential school survivors and the grand opening of the Spirit Garden. So we do have a number of people we want to acknowledge, and so we've got a list here, so Gord's going to start.
Thank you. Before I get started, I just wanted to remind people that no cameras in here, please, and no filming in here. People are up on top, they can do that, and there will be interviews with people after. But because of this space that's being provided for the former students, we're calling this space a sacred space for people, and so we appreciate it if you would not do that. This morning, I have the honor of being able to start with the introduction. And first of all, we have the former students that are here. So former students, let's have you stand up and have a big round of applause, because it's all about the former students today. And they're dressed in their finest today. So appreciate that. Thank you very much. Also, we have with us today Mayor Chow and some of the city council and some of the staff that are here as well. If you're here, let's have a show.
She's all by herself.
Of course, we have with us the Indigenous artists and consultants and their families who have been part of the design and the building process. Let's see you. Where are you? I see you right down in front. Come on, stand up. Come on.
Stand up. Stand up, you in the orange golf shirt.
Gowling Hastings Architects are also part of this process. Anybody from Gowling Hastings here this morning? Yes, come on, get her up.
after the thing was designed, we had to have somebody construct it. So we have a construction industry, Butcon Limited. Do we have someone here from Butcon? Oh, they're over there.
Yes.
And we're so happy to have the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, or Lieutenant General of Ontario, the Honorable Edith Dumont. And somebody that has always been a big supporter for us for many, many years, and we thought it was appropriate to be here, former Premier of Ontario, Kathleen Wynne. We also have a number of members of Parliament, which we're going to recognize. I'm not sure if they're all here. If you are, please stand. If not, we're acknowledging you anyway. Is Marcy Ian here?
Oh, I'm back there.
Marcy? Oh, wait till I call your name, please. Remember, I'm a Mohawk woman. We're all bossy. You should know that by now. Is Marcy Ian here? No? Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland? No? Okay, now you can stand up. Honorable Marco Mendicino. Minister Rechi Valdez. She was here earlier. She was here for the sunrise. Nathaniel Erskine Smith, MP. And Julie DeBruzen, MP.
Is Christina Freeland here, Deputy Prime Minister? Oh, sorry.
You're in the wrong place. Here, you're down here. Kristen.
There is a problem here. I'm the problem. Kristen Wan Tam, MP. Yes, Kristen, yes, I see you here. Sean Baptiste, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Mines. Sean here. Invited guest. And task delegates. So Francis Anderson, Larry Frost, Lindsay Kushner, Patty Pettigrew, Chantel Barker, Nancy Martin, and the Argo players. Anyone here? But we acknowledged them.
That's the end of our list if we missed anybody. If we missed anybody.
So if we missed anybody that we didn't identify, you're absolutely welcome to be here. Who we don't have on our list, but we should have, are the clan mothers from Onondaga. So if we could have the clan mothers from Onondaga stand up, please. Stand up.
You're going to speak now? You got some opening comments or just a history? We'll just go speak to Andrea.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to call up Andrea Christian, who's been the mover and the shaker, the power behind this vision, the fierce leader at the Toronto Council Fire. She has poured her heart and soul into this project, and she's dragged me and Gord along with her. And it is a very emotional day for us. I used to get very emotional watching the 3D fly-through and saying, oh my God, I can't wait to see it. And it looks exactly like it did in that 3D fly-through, if you've ever seen it. And it's just so gratifying to be here and take part in it and to have Sadie sing your wonderful song to open it. It's a glorious day for our people, and I'm just so overjoyed. But I want Andrea to come up and talk about, she's going to talk later as well, about the banner and about the skirts. And the shirts.
Sgolay sgwego, yo dagosni o gets. O kwali, newi gedi loda on your daga, newi gedi jota. Ganyata zaya, nigasinoda. Gatsanoni, ganto igets. I'm Andrea Christian, and I come from the Bear Clan of the Onondaga, and this has been so powerful. And it's not about one person. You know, so Gwanya Dizzle, who is our creator, creates all things and creates each of us to make sure that we're bringing things together. So it's the other society that tells us about there's one person, and it's not true. It's about coming together and ensuring you recognize the qualities and the importance and the gifts that everybody brings to the table. And we've got so many that we just can't share. Also want to make sure that you know that it's not about past tense. So it's really important for us to recognize and bring our former friends who held positions, but they're still here, like former John Tory, who tried to get a getaway this morning, but we caught him, brought him back. You know, the same thing with at least we forget, you say that, but so I want to make sure that you know that. So this entire space has been created, and I wanted to acknowledge the clan mothers because they were here from the beginning. Even before it started, I went home to make sure I had their input. And I wanted to make sure that they would come during the time we did the seed ceremony here. So you remember that, eh? It was just all soil. I need the water. Now I want to get to the skirts. And again, you need to know that the beautiful skirts and shirts, and it was an idea that was brought together that they always do through their circles. They have weekly circles with the participants, not just the survivors, but we also have MMWG, we have other intergenerational families. So the intent of the skirts was to bring something so they demonstrate, regardless of what nation you happen to be a part of, regardless of whether you're a survivor or not, that we'll all wear purple for peace. And in terms of the band, it was when you see the flowers that are there, the intent was to just demonstrate that planting, and I'll attribute that to Brian Porter. And I'm not saying that you selected the skirt pattern, but I'm just saying with a ribbon and his comments. So I wanted to ensure. So we have excuse me, we have Lori Okimawanu, a Cree, very feisty chick, right? And so we'll have a conversation later too as well. But she helped to ensure that she's initiated that by bringing the women together and knowing that. I mean, it's easy for me to say. I said I want to have 100 skirts made. I don't sew, but I'm saying I want you to get 100 skirts done, and then what about the men? So we'll do the shirts too as well, and again to make sure that they're matching that the men are wearing. But towards the end, the shirts were so beautiful, the women were going to keep them and have a matching set. That didn't happen. Yeah, and so it's just so beautiful to see that a lot of the individuals who are here come from different places, and the intent of these skirts were made to ensure that we're gifting each of you for wherever you come from, so that you'll wear that garment of peace and growth. And so I wanted to make sure I shared that. Also wanted to talk about the banner, which was a design that collectively, again, the women who come together wanted to acknowledge so many of our former students who have since passed since the late 90s. And they wanted to put them on this banner, and they'll speak to them. We have a list of them. They'll speak to each one of them. They'll come up themselves. And there's a prompter here that we had in place, and it's supposed to work, and it's not working. I see that I want to know how long I've got here to talk, right? And so it's still there, so it stands still. I want to talk to you about some of the other individuals that been a part of this process. As I say, it's a positive and a sad. We built such tremendous relationships over the 7 years, so I said to Gow Hastings this morning, I want to hit reset. Let's start again. Because of that friendship that we've developed. I want to give a shout out to the City of Toronto for the tremendous work and supports that's before your term, within your term, and continued term, the people that you have. And it's about the people who bring that love and kindness, and I want to see and have this part of our space. So I want to make sure that I'm acknowledging that too as well. And the names that we have, there's some significant things, and it's Sharon Yamonko. Sharon is our design. If you've seen the model that she's done, she's been significant. Want to make sure we include everyone. And there was a gentleman here that I got a chance to meet, And I find that his name is so significant. Asif, I think they call him, but it's spelled as if. And so I think you should go by as if, you know. And so anyway, so as if this is possible, we're here. And I want to thank you, all of you in terms of the work that you have provided, whether it's through support, whether it's been being a part of our new support, being a part of our families and extended families, and then just for us having this beautiful, beautiful space that we have. And that's supposed to be a short 25 seconds. All right, good. And so what we're having is that we'll speak to the banner after, but that was the intent of the banner. Least we forget. And so we want to make sure that we're speaking to those issues. So, yeah.
Thank you, Andrea. And definitely beautiful skirts and shirts that have been provided. I was going to just say this too, and I know that there will be people that will be leaving this morning at certain times for other activities, that our guests that are here. Should you need to go, just please stand, walk out, and that's fine. That's not a problem. So I have to tell you about the shirt because Andrea got me a shirt and it was like a double X, and she said it's a promo shirt, and just try it on, see what you think. Eh? So I didn't see the shirt today or anything, so we're rallying up the crew over there in the tent over there this morning where people were having breakfast, and surprise, I was given a shirt. So they started giving me a shirt, and I said, they said, here's your shirt, you need to change this. I said, right here? They said, no. I said, do you have a telephone booth? You got to have these things handy if you want me to change. So they are beautiful, and I'm very thankful to have this and the shirt that's available to us. And so appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this to be able to make this happen. I'm going to turn it now back to Eva, and she's going to talk about some of the schools that are in this region.
There's what I have on my is just identify the schools, and I just know they're in Ontario over the last 150 years, I guess, or from the 1800s when Duncan Campbell Scott said he wanted to kill the Indian and the child. Well, he didn't do a very good job, did he? We're back stronger and better than ever. But there are 18 residential schools in Ontario, or there were. There are a number of them across the country. I just asked Gord, I don't know how many are across the country, whether it was 150, but in every province and territory, there were residential schools where our children were taken, some as young as 4 and 5 years old, and some of them stayed there for many number of years. And I just wanted to identify the ones that are located in Ontario. And then when then we're going to turn it over to the survivors to come up and introduce themselves and identify some of the former ones that we've lost, and they can say what school that they attended. Because some of the survivors from Quebec, they were transported from Quebec as far south as Brantford to the Mush Hole, which is known as the Mohawk Institute. But everybody calls it the Mush Hole because of the grainy, wormy mush that was served to the kids every day, sometimes 3 times a day. So the 18 schools in Ontario, stretching from Kenora, Northern Ontario, Southern Ontario, Central Ontario. I'm not sure where they're all located. I know where some of them are. Cecilia Jeffrey was located in Kenora. Pelican Lake was up in the Kenora area. Shingwalk was in Sault Ste. Marie area. Bishop Horton Hall, I think that was in Moose Factory. St. Anne's was in Fort Albany. Mount Elgin, Southern Ontario near London. Chippewas of the Thames. Fort Francis. Macintosh, which was up in Central Ontario. Poplar Hill. Fort William in Thunder Bay. There was a Spanish girls' school up near Sault Ste. Marie. Wawanosh Home. Crystal Lake, I'm not sure where those two were. Kenora. Chapleau. There was also a Spanish boys' school. And Sterling Lake. And the Mohawk Institute which is in one that I talked about, we call the mush hole. And I just want to put a plug in that we refurbished that school, and I want to acknowledge Kathleen Wynn for her contributions and support in doing that. Because we asked the survivors, the building was still up and it was falling down. And they said, what do you want to do with it? So we asked the community, what do you want to do with it? And particularly the survivors. And they said, we want to save it. We want to save the evidence to remind the country of what the churches and the governments of the day did to our kids for over 150 years, and to ensure that it never happens again. So we've refurbished it, and it's going to be open for tours. I think our grand opening is next year, and we can, you can bring your castmates, you can bring your families, and you can tour that school, and you can hear the stories of what happened to those kids that were in there for over 150 years, for many, many years. And I'm also in a campaign to build a new cultural center beside that, so that we can continue. So once you hear the story of what happened in there, you can continue and learn about our rich history and our rich culture and the pride that we still carry as the first peoples of this land. So, Nyawa, I'm going to give it back to Gordon, and we'll start bringing up the survivors.
You tell them that it's on the wall over here?
No, you can mention it.
So if you didn't get all the names that Ava was providing, if you look to your left, to your right, most of you, I guess, some to your left, they're also back here for posterity onto the framing at the back behind the turtle over there. So to be able to make sure that everybody knows what happened in this region, and those are identified as part of that process. This morning, one of the things that we're going to do is that we're having the former students remember their colleagues and their friends that have passed on. And maybe before we start that process, before I start calling people up, just to remind people, you know, when the TRC started after the federal government apology, there was a large gap that took place, a couple of years before the TRC actually got up and running, and there was a dispute about what role the federal government was going to play in the process. And so what Council Fire decided to do is they decided that they were going to put up their own commission. And they started the process, and they started the interviewing of all of the people that had gone through. And out of that work that was undertaken, recommendations were provided about the services that were required to help with the restitution and recovery of not only individuals but their families as well. Because it's not just individuals who were affected by the residential school, it's our families, it's our extended families, it's our communities and our nations that are impacted by the process as well. So there's been a lot of work that's gone on since that time, and I'm thankful that we're at this stage today, and what we're going to do today is honor those ones who have passed away and have made their journey home, and so we're going to make that happen right now. Mike China.
My name is Michael Chino. I'm a survivor of the residential school system, and I grew up on Treaty 9 territory up in James Bay. And I traveled with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission for 4 years. I grew up in Moose Factory. I'm Muskego Cree ancestry. The residential school system was a national crime and a national secret. that Canadian flag is a symbol of prosperity and pluralism, and also of Indigenous oppression and racial injustice. I want to recognize the survivors, the courage of the survivors, who carried their childhood wounds into their adult lives and have lived to tell the truth to this day. The colonial education system has failed to raise awareness of the truth on this topic and other relevant issues. I also want to say that I'm glad I survived the residential school system. And I want to thank my support system today. I've been clean and sober for 33 years. And today, I want to thank St. John's Norway Anglican Church and Reverend Molly Finley, my support system, and Council Fire, and the Healing Circle for my healing journey. And the Duncan Campbell Scott have several roles with the colonial settler government, such as being the former treaty commissioner of the Crown. Yeah. And the Minister of Indian Affairs and architect of genocide, and institutional assimilation. So I'm here to talk about one of the survivors that I have trouble with on the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. His name is Murray Crow. He was from Trout Lake, Trout Lake, up in Northern Ontario, non-territory. So Murray traveled with me in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and he had a bachelor's degree in social work, employed at NAMI-RES. He retired from this agency, but continued to provide his support by providing healing circles, individual counseling, and community outreach. He dedicated his heart and soul to this organization. He is a residential school survivor. He spoke at many Truth and Reconciliation conferences across Canada. He bravely shared his own experiences of residential school at these events. He was a major part in establishing a residential school survivors healing circle at Native Council Fire Native Cultural Center. He has strong ties to this organization and considered in his family. He was inspired with many working groups in Toronto and spoke at churches and York University. A very proud grandfather, father, brother, uncle, and loving husband. He will be missed and forever remembered as this caring and remarkable man that he was. We miss him very much. Thank you.
Okay, next I'm going to call on Pamela Carter.
Okay, thank you. I'll stay here with you. Okay. Omatakia pe wakan tonkat kashala wian pajutaluta hamiahachea. My spirit name is Red Medicine Woman, and I'm Simshian and Nuchan, all from the coast of BC. And it's been my honor to work with the survivors for the past 9 years as health support, counselor, advocate. The one memory that I have of Marlene Cowley, which was always open and excited to attend ceremony. So I brought her to Six Nations, and we spent the full moon ceremony at your mom's house, actually. And she was always taught me about the resources in Toronto. She was always connected to the community. She supported sistering and did a lot of volunteer work at sistering. I also want to acknowledge William Black, who is from Apatibie, and also Jean Black from Apatibie, who were also survivors that accessed support at Toronto Council Fire. And I always loved working with them. Some days it was every day, some days it was once a week. The other people that I supported was Caroline Rickard, and mostly what I spent a lot of time getting her ready for was the individual assessment process, which was the hearing that a lot of survivors had to go through. And that was where our stories were first starting to be told. And even my parents are both residential school survivors, and I didn't hear about the school, what happened to them, until I was in my 40s. So this IAP process was the first time where survivors shared their stories, and it was very hard. So that's why I'm acknowledging all the health supports across Ontario that helped each and every one of our survivors through that process. Okay. All my relations.
Yawa Pamela. Next I want to call up Susie Hunter. And Annie, are you bringing an Annie with you? I just want to point out, as Susie, come on Susie, as Susie's coming up, notice their t-shirts as well. They've got the Gaswenta. This is the Gaswenta down here, which is the 2-row wampum. And their shirts are replicas, and it says, "Stay in your lane." Because in one of the purple lanes is our people in our canoe. And the settlers are in the other lane in their boat, and we're supposed to travel down this river together and not interfere or try to take control over each other. So stay in your lane.
Miigwech, I'm short. My name is Susan Hunter Dishinakasan, Piwanagoknoshchin. I'm from Piwanak, and I went to St. Anne's Residential School. I would like to also acknowledge my siblings that have gone on. Agnes Hunter, Elizabeth Jokmolin, and Daniel Hunter. We were always separated only because when I was 6, my brother was 12. So there was a big age difference there. And so by the time I got to high school, my brother was already gone. And so I met him in Toronto when he was 24, and started to get to know him again. And I also met my sister here in Toronto. Agnes was living here too. Elizabeth, I got in touch with her every now and again. So we were always separated by miles. And, but at the same time, we would try and get together during holidays. And my sister Annie here and my sister Agnes, I wish to thank because they kept the family together.
Good morning. My name is Annie, and I'm the middle child of 7. And there's only 3 of us left. And I attended St. Anne's School. I was 7 years old the first time I left. We used to go by a boat, a mission boat that goes all the way up to the Hudson Bay to pick us up. That's the way we traveled the first 3 years of our school, attending school in Port Albany. And I want to mention our mother as well. She was a residential school survivor too. And she only went there 1 year, but that was in 1932. And she was the lucky one. She made it home, and then married my father, and they got married a few years after. And I wanted to mention my other aunties that never made it home. There was 3 of them. There was Lottie, Susan, and Rose. And like there was no, they died and no, there was no, they didn't even tell them what happened to them. And I guess like in the summertime, somebody knew where my grandparents were camping, and what they did is just, I guess they used to have runners up the coast to bring news, and they left a letter on the tree to tell them that her daughters had passed away, and they were expecting them to come back that June, at the end of June, but they never came back. And there was nothing, there was nobody to tell them what happened to them. So we acknowledge those 2. We don't have any pictures of them. Yeah. That's it, you know, and we don't have any pictures of them, but they were like older than my dad. So my dad never went to school, so he lived to be 96 years old. So that's the little story that we have in our families regarding residential schools. Yeah, we know we lost. I regret very much that I married a non-native, and I didn't teach my kids the language. Now they're having a hard time trying to learn it, and myself, like trying to get back to language for them and their kids. So that's where we're at right now. Language is very important. It's really part of who we are. That's all I want to say for now. There's a lot of people to speak yet.
Be good.
Be good. Thank you for listening.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Patricia Schuyler if she'll come up now and she'll prepare. And then after that, we're going to have Clara Ludit. So just so know that people can get ready in terms of preparation for speaking. So today, again, we remind people that what we're doing is we're honoring those ones that have passed on, and that we'll continue to be able to hold their memories strong.
Asaguli, everyone. I'm Patricia Schuyler, and I'm from Oneida, and I'm from the Bear Clan. And I actually got my Oneida name from one of the beautiful clan mothers that is here today. So I probably say I'm Gani Gwatnigao, Yungyats. So I had the honor to work with several residential school survivors in the early 2000s. Can't believe it's 2024 now. But in that time, I got to spend time with a really beautiful lady. Her name is Clara George. She also is from Oneida, and she was a big part of the survivors group at Council Fire. And she had very serious health issues. But the one thing about Clara was she was always in a good mood. She was always really outgoing, and she kept the party going in the craft room all the time. She never had woes about being down on anything, or she always just was concerned and wanted to make people feel good and happy. And so everybody who ever knew Clara George knew that she was really fun, really silly, and she can take any crowd and make everybody happy. So she's very charismatic and very outgoing. And I always remember that because when I have my health issues that I have to deal with, and you get sad about those types of things, I always remember how cheerful Clara was. And she just went right through life with a really good attitude. And that really helped a lot of people around her. It was really nice to be around Clara. And these two lovely young ladies, this is Pearl Martin. She went to Chinook in Sault Ste. Marie. And this is Stella French. She's from Chippewa, and she also went to Chinook. And they were friends from Chinook. I didn't meet them until about 2006. But when I met them, Stella was driving a scooter, and Pearl was standing on the back of the scooter. They were cruising pretty fast. They were like the little dynamic duo. They were really strong ladies, really, really tough. And they were very stern and very, they had like a protective shell around them all the time. But once in a while, they'd let that little guard down, and you'd get to feel the really warmth of them that they don't really show very often. So that was also a really good gift for us, that people that spent time with them, because the outside world only got a little bit of them because they had to be tough. They had to protect themselves their whole lives. Pearl physically was a lot shorter than everybody, but she was really fierce, and she was real tough. She didn't take nothing from anybody. She didn't take crap from anybody. And the same with Stella. Stella French was really good with words, and she was always wanting to share her knowledge with everybody. I remember the first time we went to the opening for the TRC, and we had made all the plans. We gave everybody, make sure they had a copy of their flight ticket. We went through all the rules, what you can take with you, what you can't, what has to go in the belly of the plane. And we went over it 10 times. Sure enough, Stella dropped her purse, and a jackknife fell out of her purse. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know she had that. And yeah, she's like, oh, have it, I got more at home. But she was just, she always carried a bundle buggy with her. She had everything with her all the time. I got glue, I got a stapler, I got this. And she was just so great, but that's her survival mode, right? No matter what she had to do, she always made sure she had their things that she needed to get through the day. She was just really very inspiring, all three of them. And they really left a really big legacy at Council Fire, a very big footprint at Council Fire. And Pearl lived into her 90s, and she was still very bright. She was volunteering at Council Fire. She even volunteered with the finance department, and she just loved it, and she took her job very serious. And if it was time for her to shred papers, she was going to shred those papers. You get out of here. I'm shredding papers right now. So she was very tough and very bright, and all three of them really contributed to the spirit at Council Fire, and they'll always be with us in the things that we do. They always come with us wherever we go. And I just want to make sure that I acknowledge them over here. And I also want to acknowledge my grandmother. Her name is Gloria Ireland, probably the toughest woman I've ever known besides my three sisters. And it was a result of the mush hole that she became a really tough lady. But I honor her today too as well. And thank you everybody for coming here. This was such a big dream and it actually came true. This is amazing. I'm so happy today. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Our next presentation and memorial is coming from Clara Ludid. Where is she? I just saw her this morning. Oh, there you are. I was kind of looking around for Elvis Presley too, you know.
Hi everyone, my name is Clara Ludid. I am from Moose Factory. I've been to 2 residential schools, Fort George, Quebec, and Fort Albany. I'm also a 60 scoop. I'm here to memory of my sister Verna. She passed away about 2019. She was one of my younger sisters. I don't have a picture of her, but she looks like me. But she's more stubborn than I am. They tell me I'm stubborn, but I don't think I am. This is my brother Tom. You know, when I talk about my sister, I only met her back in 1985. She was taken away in '63. Most of my siblings were taken away after coming home from the residential school. And then I never seen them for so many years. But then when I first met them, they were like strangers to me. But I got to know her before she passed. And she was a lovely person. I could talk to her about anything and anywhere. She's a good listener, you know, but she still had that stubbornness. When I tell her to try to do something for herself, she says, I don't have to listen to you. Yeah, that's how she was. Yeah, we were taken away in 1963 after coming back from residential school. Residential school is where I lost my language, and I only got it back in the 90s when I first met my mom again. She started talking to me in Cree. Yeah, I never knew my mother till I met her back in the early 90s or late 80s. And that's when I met my sisters and my brothers too. Yeah, but you know, we are the survivors of the residential school. And I did a lot of my healing in the last 12 years since I started going at the Council Fire. I made a lot of friends, and I have a lot of good friends today. And I have my brother with me here. It's like I said, I'm here for my sister, and I don't have a picture of her, but she's always with me here. Miigwech.
Hey, watch it. Metekanabel, doesn't cause Moso, do them. Moshakane, Bonshi, Tabachamuyan. I always hold this tobacco in my left hand. That's where the teaching I got. It's the first medicines that I learned. Is always ahead. Tobacco. Tobacco, I use asking a favor to be listened to. That's what I do. And when I go out, pick medicines, the tobacco is always ahead. That's what I learned about the stem out, tobacco. It's one of the first medicines that Anishinaabe learned. I lived among the Ojibwe people in Georgian Bay area for many years. They're kind of a little bit short, but it's okay. They're my teachers. They're kind-hearted people that I learned from. And the people that know who I mean by kind-hearted people, the Madey people. All I use is stem out. I never went to AA. I never went for counseling. And Tebugo Nuchamek on the land, that's where I did my healing on the land. The sweats, the ceremonies. But I'm not better looking, but I'm still the same. I got my healing. There's my sister Clara. She introduced me as Tom. I call myself Thomas. She knows that. I got 5 sisters and 3 brothers. We've all been in residential school except 2. And we're here today. We're here looking at you people, how beautiful that you are. I got always tease these ladies from up north. I call them my old shoes. Because they're so kind today. They're so kind and talking to me all the time. And we lots of laughter, lots of sharing. We listen. That's the main thing to do for your children. Take time for them. Take time and listen. That's all they need. Watch nage.
You're still good looking. Our next survivor, Rose Anderson. Rose is also with the Red Bear Singers, I think, right?
I don't think I'm going to make it. Good morning, everybody. My name is Rose Anderson, Ojibwe. My residential school was in Spanish, Ontario. We were orphans when I lost my parents very young age, under 5 years old. And I was at the residential school for 8 years. And, and then after that, I went home back to Wiki for the holiday, but I never returned back to St. Joseph at the age of 15. And I only stayed there 1 year. I didn't really live in my own reserve. It was always at St. Joseph. And then at the age of 15, I couldn't stay at home, and I didn't really know anybody. So I made up my mind I was going to leave home. My only one trip I made once was to the States. That's where my older sister was. I just went for a visit, and I ended up coming to Toronto because I knew one girlfriend here in the city. She kept on calling me to come to Toronto and live because she knew the city already, even though we were almost the same age. So then when I came, I was at the age of 17 or going on 18. I didn't have no job when I came, but she helped me work in a factory a couple of years. Then at the age of 21, I made up my mind. I worked in a factory. My boss told us ahead of time, gave us about 1 year to get another job. And then that I'm still here. But I'm not going to tell you the whole story, but I'm going to tell you a few things right now. Plus, I had two brothers. They're survivors. They were there too also. And both of them were in the U.S. Army. And here's the picture. And here's the youngest one. They were both in the Army for a couple of years. And they lived in the States. And I lost my good friend a year ago. We were both in Council Fire. We were members there same year. After I retired, that's when I found my second place to learn my own culture, which I never took before. Here's my friend Christine Schwana, and she lived here at least 21 years. And the time we lost each other for almost about half, 20 years. Then we met again after 20 years. And she passed on last year. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you. Miigwech.
Thank you, Rose. Our next speaker is Charlie Miller. He's got one of those beautiful shirts on, too. Plus, he's got other shirts on and everything.
Miigwech. Bonjour. Jenny Dishtikas. Wasak Sink Nanjaba. Amek Makwa the Dem, Anishnabe. Pinam Kika, Pita Webenes. Hello, my name is Charles, but they call me Charlie, they call me Chuck, they call me Jazz. Yeah, I'm here to honor the sister Margaret Trevell, and she was a really kind lady. Actually, all the ladies that I know are very kind ladies. They come from the residential school. But Margaret was a relative through marriage, and as they say, hey, we're all related. Huh? So for me, she was kind enough to take me out for dinner one day, you know, and have a little chit chat. I didn't know we were related through marriages, but that's the way we are. We don't know, you know, because we hardly see each other. I probably got relatives. Well, I do, way out in Halifax and Vancouver, you know, but I haven't even met, don't even know, but we know they're there, eh? So I say miigwech, and Margaret was a very, very friendly, happy, go-lucky person. She really, truly was, and I miss them all, you know, because I'm one of the ones who just happened to overhear that they were going to start up a residential school survivors circle. And I've been there with them ever since, thanks to Andrea and Toronto Council Fire and the board to continue to have us there. Miigwech, everybody. Aha.
We just have a few more survivors. I'm going to call up Nicole Scarlett to honor about 2 or 3. Is she out there? Oh, here she. I can't hear you. Well, let's go to the next one while we're getting organized. Marie Godet. And I think Rose Logan's daughter is coming with her? Oh, okay.
Did Marie come up to them?
I'm Marie.
Oh.
And you were the daughter?
I'm the daughter of Rose Logan.
Oh.
And your name is Marie?
Marie Gadet.
Well, we
You were already on the list.
We all had this discussion. Somebody come over and said, can we put Rose's daughter on? We said, sure, we'll go put her on with Marie. We did know we were one and the same.
Ani bojo kinoia minadora makwena dishna cause majika dodem minogishep. My name is Marie Gadet, Turtle Clan, and I am the daughter of the late Grandma Rose Logan Ba Pidwanquit. She was originally born and raised in Wikwamacong, Kaboni, and raised by a very a family of a long line of medicine people. And so I'm honored to come up here and speak in honor, in her memory, in her honor, and you know, she has a story. I can't tell her story, but what I can tell you is that she shared a lot of those stories with us as we grew up, and we didn't understand because we were children. And she shared these stories, and they were not nice stories, but if you know my mom, she was a very kind and gentle spirit. So she told us these stories in a very kind and gentle way. So, and then the one thing for sure is that when her mom passed when she was 10, and so the officials got word that they were motherless, even though there was her father was there and her grandma was there. They went, and what they did was they kidnapped my mother and my uncles and took them to residential school. And my grandfather remarried after a few years to get his children back. So there was an arrangement made with a beautiful community woman by the name of, okay, I don't know my grandma's maiden name, but her name was Mary, and she married my grandfather so that he could bring his children home. So I very appreciate that. And I also have other relatives on this banner that I was really proud to see. Well, glad that they are being honored. My late cousin Isaac Pidwanquit Ba, who I grew up with, who actually lived with my mom's, with the family, and so he has stories too. I was communicating with his daughter this morning to let her know that his name was on here, and so she feels very honored about that. Also, my late uncle Derek Pidwanquit's name is up there as well. Him and my mom were the two youngest, and two of the ones that went to residential school. Very active with the medicines, the sacred medicines, and harvesting medicines and treating people. Also, my mom's late husband there too. I will acknowledge him. Not my father, but Bob Logan, so from the Muncie Reserve, which is who my mother married into. Anyways, I just don't want to say too much. Miigwech for this beautiful, like they would never believe 20, 30, 40 years ago that they would be honored like this in this beautiful space. Like, you know, my mother's picture happened to be on the streetcar and riding the route that she used to ride as a young woman. And she would have never believed that 40 years ago, 50 years ago. Why would my picture be on the streetcar? So very beautiful that, thank you to Council Fire and this residential school survivors group. My mom used to go there, and she liked going there, you know, when she could get there, because she was always working. So yeah, so miigwech, have a good day.
Yawa Marie, your grandma was really honored in this community. Nicole's not here, so I just want to read the names of the other survivors she was going to recognize. Kim McDougall, Verna Bellew, Phyllis Jones, and Philip William. The next one I'll call up is Eva Scott, and then we just have two more after that.
Wajay, good morning. My name is Eva Scott. I'm from Fort Albany First Nation. I am the child of the residential school survivors, and both my parents, my mom, my late dad, and I'm also the niece of my late auntie, Christine Evelyn Scott. She passed back in October 14, 2015. And I am very honored to stand here today to acknowledge her, to honor her, her spirit, who she was. My auntie had a big heart. She always had a good sense of humor. My auntie always hid her pain. She never showed it. And I don't think she ever talked to me about her, what happened, what she encountered at the residential school. But she was a strong woman. And I never questioned her about it either, because that's how much love and respect I had for her. So today I honor her, because I used to travel with her every year. We used to travel up north together on March break to go see her parents, my grandparents who had raised me. And I'm also here to honor my mom, who's sitting right in front here, Marie Jane Spence. Love you, Mom. Yeah. And I would like to say Gitchaminguch for asking me to stand here on behalf of my late auntie, Christine Evelyn Scott. We love her and we miss her dearly until we meet again in one day. Aho, Gitchaminguch.
I've got Erica Monaco that's going to come up next. I just saw her somewhere. Oh, she's back there. Erica, please. We have two left after this, and then we'll get back into some other business. And we have some artists here yet today that would like to be able to speak. Who do you have? You've got Albert Roy.
No, it's actually Pamela. Sorry.
What's the switch? Are you going to talk about Albert?
Yeah. Albert Roy was a strong man that he had his own business his whole life. And when he became on pension, he, because he didn't pay CPP, he wasn't supported by pension. So he was, he really made his way to Council Fire in his wheelchair just to get support. And he was a fighter. If you didn't clean his place right, you would know. He always gave his PSW such a hard time. But I remember him being at the Legacy Gathering, and I remember all of the times he was just happy to see somebody. And one time I was bringing him his Valentine's gift from Council Fire, and he had 4 of them behind him. That's how loved he was. He was such a happy, social person and very vocal about what he needed and wanted. So it's my honor to have known Albert Roy and his family, Alma Relations.
Okay, the last one I'll call up is Andrea to make recognitions of some other survivors.
Excuse me. You'd think I was going to be expecting an award or saying awards. It's really important that why we're here is because of all these individuals, and this became possible of just reflecting. And it started in the late 90s is what I was saying. So I think I won't go for each of you for recognizing, because I work with every one of them. And you forget about them passing on you, and you can see the moments and the stuff that you had that engagement with them. So the individuals that I do have, one of them is Grafton Antone. Grafton was an IDA, still an IDA, but in a different place, and was really instrumental working alongside of Andrew. And while they were both ministers from the dark side, they come and did the good side, to the good side at the same time. So I really appreciate that, and want to acknowledge for his kindness, and he was like a counsel for me, because when I wanted to complain or I wanted to, he was always there for me. Also want to acknowledge Mary Roy. Mary Roy was a Anishinaabe Kwe from Wickwamakan. She couldn't hear nothing, right? She was so funny, and she'd come in with her, they would do their sewing at the time. She'd come in and she'd bring this music, the tape of her husband's, he was from Newfoundland, and I'd go by there and think, what is that? And he was fiddling. I mean, but they were really enjoying it, the women, and then so I acknowledge her for that too as well. Dave Bokash had gone to war, and he's seen council fire as his home, and he would come every morning, and he would ensure that he'd make the coffee and tell us what we should be doing or not doing, and he brought with him the gift of being a carpenter. And so we had the ability before he passed to reintroduce him to his sons, because he had been separated from his family as being with the war, and he got a chance to meet with them. And we knew his time was coming, because he'd come early in the morning. It was actually still midnight, and he'd come in to make coffee, and he was not happy that the doors were locked, right? So, but he was just very instrumental. Gus Bokash was also an Anishinaabe. He come from Nipissing, and he would sit within our gathering place, and he would have a cup, and he would make sure everybody would put a nickel in there, because he wanted to help Council Fire ensure that we continued the service that we had, and he knew that the funding was critical. So I want to acknowledge him for that. Bruce Ross was from the East Coast, and a very gentle and kind man, and he hung around the likes of Mike Chena of Trouble and his other colleague Murray, and they were a really good duo. So they had traveled together. So I want to make sure that I also acknowledge him. The other two have been acknowledged, and I want to acknowledge Marie. Your mom. We called her Grandma Rose, and she's the reason for so many of our agencies. She's extremely humble and kind. And when she'd call and she'd say, Andrew, can I come in to talk to you? I always thought I was going to be in trouble, And she was kind. She wanted to know can I bring some of my grandchildren to the Christmas party, or is there other things I can do? So I was really she's a beautiful, beautiful lady, and that it is actually part of the whole process of us looking at recognizing something that was symbolic of everybody in the turtle, and so that's who she was. The last one, he's here with us, but we wanted to make sure that I want to recognize your dad. Come. Oh, your mom. Okay, where's Sheila? Sheila Wisk. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Come on up. So John Wisk, I've never ever met him. 5 years ago, he ended up going to the hospital, and he's still there. And this is his daughter, and I wanted to make sure to share with you how bold our extended former students were. And so he had gotten sick. He'd gone to the Bickle Center. He had to have therapy. He's still there. He wanted to come today so bad, but it would create a lot of issues, because he's on an oxygen machine, and he has a lot of issues that's around. So I did tell him that. I did let John know that it'd probably be best, John, if you don't come. You need to be safe, but what I will do instead is I'll bring your daughter. I'll have your daughter come and she'll walk with everyone. She'll wear this skirt, and we'll get a hotel room for her. He said, a hotel room, okay. You know, he said, I got family in Cochrane and Timmins. And I said, settle down. We'll just bring your one daughter. And so I just want to make sure that we do a shout out, because this is live. This is live, and her dad's going to be watching this. So I just want to make sure that we do that shout out to John. Yeah.
Miigwech,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah, good.
Thank you.
Nyawa, Andrea. You know, I just wanted to say that the legacy gatherings, we've been holding them here since 2017. And they've been held to honor these residential school survivors, those that are here and those that were mentioned today that have gone on. And I always want to acknowledge them and raise my hands up to them and their families, because we have many intergenerational survivors as well. But I want to thank them for their courage and their determination to tell the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that traveled across this country for many years about what happened to them in those schools. They told the truth, and I want to thank them, because it's because of them that we're able to have gatherings like this. It's because of them that we see our issues more amplified in media, and it's because of them that our younger people now have more hope and inspiration. So let's give a big round of applause for all of these survivors. I want to talk a bit about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I think it was on June 11th of 2008 that Prime Minister Stephen Harper stood in the House of Commons and made an apology about their residential schools. A year later after that, His Honor Mary Sinclair was appointed as one of the commissioners of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And between 2007 and 2015, the Government of Canada provided funding to support the TRC's work. They spent 6 years traveling to all parts of Canada and heard from more than 6,500 witnesses. The TRC also hosted 7 national events across Canada to engage the Canadian public, educate people about the history and legacy of the residential school system, and to share and honor the experiences of former students and their families. One of these events was held across the street at the Sheridan Centre, and it was hosted by Toronto Council Fire. The TRC created a historical record of the residential school system as part of this process. The Government of Canada provided over 5 million records to the TRC, and the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation Commission at the University of Manitoba now houses all of the documents that were collected by the TRC. In June 2015, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission held its closing event in Ottawa and presented the executive summary of the findings contained in its multi-volume final report, including 94 calls to action to further reconciliation between Canadians and Indigenous peoples. Call to action number 82 reads, "We call upon provincial and territorial governments in collaboration with survivors and their organizations and other parties to the settlement agreement to commission and install a publicly accessible, highly visible residential schools monument in each capital city to honor survivors and all the children who were lost to their families and their communities." This spirit garden is in response to this call to action. This call to action, however, is still in progress, because we got more than one capital city in this country. As work is continuing in other cities, we do, however, want to acknowledge some of the cities who have done work to answer that call. Winnipeg already has a monument in place near the Canadian Museum for Human Rights. Whitehorse unveiled a monument on October 28, while one is currently in process in Edmonton. And Saskatchewan has plans to build a residential school monument at the Government House in Regina. As I said, other cities have projects and commemorations in progress and are being planned. So now that the survivors went and told their truth It's reconciliation. A lot of people say, well, what is reconciliation? Come here and learn. Education and awareness is a big part of reconciliation, so that you can become aware of the struggles of our people that we've had to face in the past, such as colonization, theft of our land, and the impact of the residential schools, and the racism that many of us continue to face today. But for any type of reconciliation to happen, there must be an awareness of the past, acknowledgement of the harm that has been inflicted, atonement for the causes, and action to change behavior and attitudes. Because to build for the future, we must learn to and look from the past. Nyawa.
Thank you, Eva. Just so there is some clarity, you know, the spirit garden process that's gone on here in the building is beyond that TRC recommendation number 82. Most of those have been monuments of some kind, but this is probably what I would call a landmark. It's something that's going to continuously evolve, and it's where people are at. It's about the things that are important in our world that are not in other places. Monuments are made to people and to events that take place. This has to evolve. It has to be interconnected with history, and it has to be a part of everything that all these people have stood for and what they have endured and what is going to happen to our families in the future. This morning, I have been asked to be able to do a little bit of the history with respect to residential schools. And to be clear, residential schools were established for one purpose and one purpose only, and that was to speed up the assimilation process. There's absolutely no doubt about that in being able to recognize that the separation of children from families is what they wanted to be able to do and to be able to make that happen. It's been a long, long time because most people don't recognize that the first residential school, while it was called a boarding school, opened in 1831. So there's a transition that takes place after the War of 1812, where there's a decision not to support the treaty process anymore. And once they stop the treaty process in place, they then begin to figure out how they're going to access lands, and lands are being accessed through the process of assimilation. So by 1880, the federal government is now funding these residential schools. They're funding them, and amazingly, the churches say that they're not part of the process, and there's no accountability with them. It's not until the Royal Commission comes along and they find documents in the archives that set that process up where they hold legal liability as well with the federal government. One of the important members that you'll find after the 1880, about 30 years later, is a gentleman named Dr. Bryce. And what Dr. Bryce does is he is the medical and health officer for the federal government. And he writes a report. And in his report, what he says is that the conditions in the school are so bad, overcrowding, poor ventilation, that disease is going to be rampant in the schools. He is not able to get any politicians to be able to accept his report. Duncan Campbell Scott's response to his report is very simple. Yeah, we're going to lose some children in the process, but what the goal is to be able to educate children. And so there seems to be no concern at all on their part exactly what they were going to do. So Dr. Bryce decides that if he can't get politicians, then he should go to the Canadian public. He labels his report a national crime, and he issues the report. He issues the report to the public, and the republic he's not well received in the public either about the national crime. He continues to push. He writes publicly that based on what he has seen in the school system, the overcrowding, the ventilation, the disease, he estimates at that time of his report that probably 50% of the children that go to residential schools will not return home. Later on, when we get the reports out of the TRC, they estimated that 40% of the children never came home. So those conditions that were there is part of the culpability that Canada accepted. We had a hard time getting this on any agenda, the residential schools. And it's only after Mount Cashel took place, the boys' school, where there was public inquiries into the abuse that took place by the church at that particular time, where were we able to get anything from the federal government. We went to the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People, to George Erasmus and Justice. Oh, I had his name right on the tip of my tongue too. And we asked them if they would commission a report, a special report on residential schools. Well, after a long debate with them and after a series of meetings with them, they agreed. The report that they released was called Breaking the Silence. And so Breaking the Silence became the first national document, stories written by our people about what happened to them during the residential school that they attended. Now, that didn't get a lot of traction either, believe it or not, and even the Royal Commission didn't get a lot of traction for the amount of time and effort that was spent talking to people about the conditions in our communities, about all of the things that were going on that were problematic in our world. Didn't get a lot of traction. In fact, the federal government, at the end of the day, raised up the report and said, this amount of money that we spent on this, think about how many houses we could have built. And so a whole report, the Royal Commission report just gets shelved. But one of the things that we kept alive out of that was the Breaking Silence report. And so we kept on pushing that report. What was really significant was that there was a series now of lawsuits that started from that discussion. And they sprang up all over the place. Lots of culture, lots of language, the abuse parts of it. All those things started. And so 10 years or so after we were able to get the release of the document Breaking the Silence, by 10 years there was a settlement offer that was on the table, and the settlement process started. Whether you agree or disagree with the settlement process, it was something that was negotiated, and it was negotiated by a small group of people based on the legal avenues that were already and parameters that were already set by those people who had taken out those particular lawsuits. There are still some lawsuits that are still pending that have not been resolved. The process that occurs once that happens and the TRC starts is very significant, because it's our opportunity for our people to tell our story. Canada calls it a dark chapter. It is not a dark chapter. It's Canadians' history. And Canadian people have to accept that history, and they have to change that history. There's a long road to recovery for our people from all of those things that have taken place, but we're well on the way. And you heard from speakers this morning, they stand here, they use their voice, and that's phenomenal to be able to get up and to be able to speak to a crowd, for the amount of times and the things that they have endured in their lives. And so I acknowledge them for that. I said this morning, residential school had a far-reaching impact because it didn't just impact the ones that were taken. In the reports in public that happen in Canadian society, parents who lose children, their chances of staying together are only about 15%. So if you think about all the children that are taken out of our community, how many families broke up because of children that were taken? What was the mental health issues that came into our communities? And I can tell you, alcohol was one of the first stimulants that was used to be able to deal with those mental health issues. It's been a long road to recovery. We are still recovering. We are still doing a tremendous amount of work out there. But we have a lot left to do. And we need partners, and we need people to be able to join us on this journey, because it's not just our journey. This land of ours that we have, it's got to be able to support everybody. And we know that it can support everybody. And all we need to do is to understand a very simple concept, and it's called sharing. And if we're able to share the power and responsibility with governments, we'll find our place, and everybody can live on this place, and there will be lots of better things that will happen for us in our future, because all of our stories and everything that we're told in creation, everything that we go through our ceremonies is about our children, it's about tomorrow, and it's about 7 generations ahead. And if we can continue to plan for that and we continue to work for that, we're going to be okay. And we're going to do more than just survive. We're going to grow, and we're going to be able to take our place. And again, we need a lot of help and support to be able to do that, but we are there and we are growing. And so again, thank you to the residential school former students for their continual work that they do, and the building of our families is an essential part. So that's our history, good, bad, and the ugly, but it's our history, and that one we take and we work with it and we keep moving forward.
Okay, I'm going to, today is called, Canada's calling it Truth and Reconciliation Day. It's a statutory holiday, but I think a lot of these offices are open. So we still got a lot of work to do. And we call upon all of you, all of the powers that be, to ensure that all of those calls to action, because very few of them have been implemented, of those 94 calls to action in the TRC report. Very few of them. So we call upon you. We've got a lot of politicians here and people with a little bit of power. We call upon you to make sure that all of those calls to action are implemented. But as I said, it's called Truth and Reconciliation Day, but we call it Orange Shirt Day. And I want to acknowledge everybody that's here in an orange shirt. And I'll give you a little bit of a history as to why we call it Orange Shirt Day. It's a legacy of the St. Joseph Mission Residential School Commemoration Project and reunion events that took place in Williams Lake, BC, Canada in May 2013. This project was the vision of Chief Fred Robbins, who was a former student himself. It brought together former students and their families from various First Nations, along with the Cariboo Regional District, the mayors and the municipalities, school districts, and civic organizations in the Cariboo region. The events were designed to commemorate the residential school experience, to witness and honor the healing journey of the survivors and their families, and to commit to the ongoing process of reconciliation. Orange Shirt Day is a legacy of this project. And as a spokesperson for the union group leading up to the events, former student Phyllis Webstead told of her first day at residential school when her shiny new orange shirt, which was bought by her grandmother and which she wore to the residential school, was taken from her as a 6-year-old girl, and she was never given it back. And one thing that happened with Gordon and I when we were, I just have to tell this story, we were on the mall, on the square, walking around talking to people, and there were a bunch of kids that their teacher had brought. And Gord said, well, what does Orange Shirt Day mean to you? And she told us the story of Philip Webstead. She was only about, what, 8 years old? 7 or 8 years old. And her teacher goes, yes. So the message is getting out there. And the annual Orange Shirt Day on September 30th opens the door to global conversations on all aspects of residential school. It's an opportunity to create meaningful discussion about the effects and the legacy that's been left behind. It's a day for survivors to be reaffirmed that they matter, and so do those that have been affected. Every child matters, even if they are an adult from now on. The date of September 30th was chosen because it is the time of year when children were taken from their homes to residential schools, and because it is also an opportunity to set the stage for anti-racism and anti-bullying policies for the coming school year. It is an opportunity for First Nations, local governments, schools, and communities. Sorry. Get my pages mixed up here. A good sign to shut up. And for communities to come together in the spirit of reconciliation and hope. So by wearing an orange shirt today, you make a statement to support reconciliation, and you commit to enduring that truth that every child matters every day. So congratulations to all of you that have orange shirts on today. And I also just want to acknowledge the many, many events that we know are going on across this country. From coast to coast to coast, in little towns and little villages and big cities. And some cities have multiple events going on. I think they are here in Toronto. It is a day when Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people can come together and celebrate together in a demonstration of support for reconciliation with Indigenous people. So now, we're going to talk about the Spirit Garden. We're going to get the artist to come up and talk. Okay. He's kicking me off. Okay, I'm turning it over to Gord.
She's on a roll. She was on a definite roll here, eh? We've been talking for a while here, and so I think everybody needs to just kind of stand up and do a little stretch for a little while, okay? I mean, I know what it's like to sit on these chairs because we've been sitting on them for about 3 days over here, and it's kind of tough. So do your little stretch and everything, and we'll get back here in a second or two, and we're gonna introduce our artists, okay? No going for a walk, no running away. This is just a stretch. Okay, we're gonna come back. This is not a runaway, this is a sit down. Okay, thank you. If you could return to your seats, we've got a little bit of our agenda left to be able to complete this morning. And then hopefully we're going to be done in good time for some lunch, and then we'll move on from there. Okay. So during the course of our presentations on the stage, folks, can you take a seat, please? In the course of our presentations, you've heard from some of the artists. You've heard from some of the designers, the engineers, the companies that are building this process. So we want to be able to take a couple of minutes and be able to have them this morning also come up and have a few words to be able to say at this particular time. So our first speaker this morning is Solomon King, Niyashinaming. Okay, I got it right. But I always say Nawash, but it's growing up we call it Cape Croker. So there's many names for him, but he's the artist, and he's been performing here, and he's been doing his workshops have been full every day. And so I'm going to ask Solomon for a few words this morning about turtle.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Solomon King, and I'm from Chippewas and Nawash, Nayashingaming, and the old style name was Cape Croker. It's about 4 hours north of here. I'm really honored to be here today because I'm hearing all these stories, and I'm hearing about. It just reminds me of home, and then it reminds me of all my relatives having everybody's stories and everybody's sharing here, and I'm really happy, and I'm glad this whole space is here now. Everything's done, and we get a chance to use the space, honor the space, and educate in this space. And I want to thank everybody, each and every person that has helped out with this. There's like a long list, all the way from the city to the contractors to the architects to council fire to all the survivors to all the relatives, everything, all the way across. I want to say thank you to everybody. And I don't want to take up too much time, but let's say from me, Chimigwech for everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Solomon. Solomon has been doing creative workshops too, and having the kids make ceramic turtles over in the square throughout the day. But isn't that turtle wonderful? It's beautiful. It's been the mainstay of all our legacy gatherings over the last 7 years. I want to next call up Brian Porter, who is with Two Row Architects and also one of the principal architects for the Spirit Garden. He's going to talk about the Gaswinta.
Thanks, Ava. You can see the Gaswinta here, which is kind of like the anchor for this design. As she said, it kind of symbolizes two vessels sharing the same stream. It's an acknowledgement that we share resources. Each boat is allowed to sort of travel at its own speed. They never interrupt each other. They're allowed to sort of travel, and it's an acknowledgement that we share resources, we share the same path. You know, a couple of things I wanted to mention is, you know, I've been calling this project, I've been calling it a seed and a portal. And when I think of it as a seed, it's something that needs to be watered, it needs to be nurtured for it to take roots and grow and spread across the city. So what happens next is going to be really important. The programming that's going to happen here, so the camaraderie between Indigenous people and mainstream people. I think this is a place where it can really flourish. I also think about it as a portal. From reliable resources, I understand that about 85% of all visitors to Toronto, national and international, they want to have an Indigenous experience. And you know, this project, I think, can give them just a little glimpse into our traditional knowledge, our culture, what we celebrate across the calendar year. And I think it'll give them you know, a thirst for more, to get out into the remote communities, to get on the land, to get on the water. So that's really important. And I think from today, the mayor has a job, I see. So you got to get on the phone with the Halifax mayor, the Montreal mayor, Sault Ste. Marie, Vancouver. You got to challenge them, right? Like when somebody wins the Stanley Cup, you know, you usually put up something like maple syrup for lobster if Boston wins. I shouldn't have mentioned Boston, but you need to challenge them. Each city should have something like this, I think. So again, let's spread the word. There were a couple people that I wanted to thank. I haven't heard their name today. One is Iqbal Briani. Where's there he is. He's really sort of been a rock for the project. Very, very steady, very, very patient, very, very innovative. So I don't think this project would be here without him. Theo Nazari. I see him walking in the back. Here he is, Theo. Again, really, really important part of the project team. So I wanted to make sure those two guys were mentioned. I think the artists have been mentioned, a lot of the project team, but I really wanted to make sure that those two guys got some kudos today. So thanks everybody.
Yawa, Brian. Now at the end of, I think it's down here. It's hard to see with all the people. I want to call up Henry Kudluk, who is going to talk about the Inukshuk. He just informed, he's also a former residential school survivor.
Good luck. Good morning, everybody. I'm a former residential school student, I say. My older siblings were the one that survived the residential school experience. 3 of my older siblings went, and I was the youngest one to go. It was interesting that all of us went to residential school. I was the youngest one to go, and I went for my high school education, so I went through it okay. And the only thing that I regret is my grandpa died while I was away. And when I got back home, I tried to tell my dad that I'm going to quit, and that I didn't want to go back to school because people are going to die and I can't go home. So, and then he said, he didn't want me to quit. He wants me to get an education. And he says, maybe one day you'll work for the government. And this year I'm 20 years, and I say, I'm doing an inside job. That's what I say. So for me, residential school was a good experience. It was in Yellowknife, which was about 1,200 miles from my community. And so I was very honored to be approached by Toronto Council Fire for me to make the Inukshuk. My name is Henry Angutimmarik Kadlak. Henry is my dad's former uncle, and Angutimmarik was a shaman healer that my grandpa named me after. And I learned on my island of Southampton Island and my community of Coral Harbor that my namesake had built a large Inukshuk, and he named it Angutimmarik. And so I was like, wow, he made a Inukshuk and he named it after himself. And I thought of naming that Inukshuk maybe Angutimmarik 2, because I'm in our belief system, I'm the reincarnation of Angutimmarik. That's the belief system in our society. So yeah, it's the same soul living on in various bodies. So that's our belief system. And my namesake was a healer. So to me, I'm very interested in about spirituality and learning about all that stuff. And so for me, I was very honored to make that Inukshuk, because I've made, I think, 4 in Ontario now. And so when I was building it, I was very honored to be doing it because many of my siblings didn't have the same experience I did that went to residential school, because I was the youngest one to go. So thank you so much for Council Fire and the Toronto City Hall for this pavilion, or this for us to say what we went through and to sort of tell that story. And it's a permanent structure, which is a very big honor as well. So thank you very much. Koyanami.
Thank you, Henry. We're glad you could be here with us today. The next one I want to bring up, another Haudenosaunee, Raymond Sky. Raymond is an artist from Six Nations, and also we'll talk about the Three Sisters. Here he comes.
Oh, Saego, everyone. My name is Raymond Sky. That's my colonial name. My Ongohoe name is Windondio. And then it's such a great honor to be here today. And I extend a big Yahweh to Andrea, Toronto Council Fire, and to everyone that's been involved in this project. What an honor it is to be here today and to take part in this. My design that I provided for this beautiful space is called the Three Sisters. The Onheko is what we call our sustenance. I'm honored to be able to, as an artist, to be able to have my work displayed in such a prestigious place for all time now. It'll be here, hopefully, long after I'm gone. But there's another reason, too, why I'm deeply honored. My father and his sisters, my aunts, they were victims of residential school, too. And they survived. They're not alive today, but I think about them, and I was thinking about them when I got involved in this project. I think they'd be very pleased to see what's happened. I also think about the ones that didn't make it home, the children, and the parents of those children. I've been thinking just recently about what they would be if their spirits are here with us today. They'd probably be saying to us, we've been waiting. We've been waiting a long time. And finally, the truth has risen. And with that truth, we can now go home. We can all go home. Thank you.
I was looking to see if Tanis Nelson was in the audience, Tanis Nielsen. If she's here today. Tanis, anybody seen Tanis today? Okay, let me tell you about her. Well, let me tell you about her artwork is probably the better way to describe her. And if right back in that corner over there, you see a 36 foot long canoe that she decided it's 6 feet wide, and it's polished stainless steel, and it's a Voyager canoe. And they sent us pictures of what it took for the cranes and everything to get it put in here. And it's the most beautiful piece of artwork that you're going to see. So later on, when we're strolling around here, after we take a break, make sure you go over and see the Spirit Canoe. And it is something I think that's been part of many histories of our peoples, not just with the Métis, but also with our First Peoples as well. And so I'll acknowledge Tanis for the work that she did and the design that she's provided, and it is spectacular work, as with all of our artists that have completed work, and to make this place as beautiful as possible.
We also have John Mayawasigi Kishig. John is, I'm not sure if he's coming up to speak, but, oh, there he is. John's going to come and talk about Teaching Lodge. This is the Teaching Lodge on the left. And just for your information, back here is where the three sisters will be, which are corn, beans, and squash.
We win the bajo. Mayawasage in Disnakas, Mingan do dem. Ne washing the ming in Dojaba. Ojibwe, Bodawadame, here on Wyandotte and Dow, Nijo, Madamian. My given name was John Kevin Lewis Kishik. I am the son of Donald Kishik, who named the Chichiman. And I am also the son of Keitha Miriam Johnstone. And I'm from the area what was formerly called Cape Croker. We have reclaimed our name, our original name, Newashingneming, where the land juts out into the water. I'm sitting there and I'm trying to put my words together. I see my mother. She sits in her lodge. And that lodge is where the partridge drums. And in that lodge, the trees come together. Nishnabe Kwa, Nishnabe Nini. And they reach across the skies to join their hands the way the Creator had asked us to. This is the union of our ancestors. I thank my brother here for extending his arm, because when you get inside, you will see those arms as they extend around and they unite and they come together. And they come together because they protect that what the Creator has given us. That road to walk that starts from the east and extends into the west. The red road. And they stand and they extend their arms out and they protect it. They protect that road and they protect that road so it will always be there for not only our generations, but all the generations that are to come. When you get inside the lodge, you will see the various ribs. Those ribs represent your mother, your father, your grandmother, your grandfather, your aunties, your uncles. And you'll look at the center, you look to the east, and you'll see all those generations that are going to come. And then you look to the west, and you see all those generations that were here before us. It is because of them that we have this lodge. And I like to thank all the survivors, because this is what drives us. You know, there's a story of how this little spider kept on climbing up the water spout and kept on getting washed down, and they kept on climbing and climbing. And no matter what, that little spider never stopped. And that is our people, our mothers, our aunties. They encouraged us to, you know, you fall down, my mom said, you get right back up, you know. Well, that's us, that's our people. This lodge here means the world to everyone. And it's just a small gift that I was given, and I share it now with all of yous. Miigwech.
Okay, I want to call up Andrea for some closing remarks. And then Gord and I will make a couple of closing remarks, and then we'll let you roam around and view.
I found a new friend here. And it's all about peace and listening and hearing his story, similar to ours, you know. But again, as I say with our T-shirts, stay in your lane, right? It's really critical, you know. So what I really wanted, and I was, when listening to the presentations, you heard that I said you were my newfound friend. Yeah, good. Okay. And so with, I wanted to be really clear on this space, this beautiful space. And I want to give a kudos and acknowledgements to the City of Toronto, because this would not have been possible if we didn't have their support and supporting our vision. And I also want to give a shout out to our friends within the multi-faith group. And you need to know, and I appreciate you wearing your 4-color ribbon shirts. And so it's really important that acknowledgement is always given. And so the turtle, Nawal, our mother, she was part and parcel of, you know, the calls to action. And we didn't want to have a monument. We wanted something that was inclusive, you know, inclusive and reflective of our land and our acceptance of people. But what was in addition to this was to expand the vision of this space, which I don't know if Patrick's around, but land back. I just need to put that out there right now. So land back, that's what we're working on. And so we wanted to ensure that we were inclusive and reflective of our people from this region with the Inukchuk, and make sure we're their family, a family within the, you know, within a Métis. I still say they're Anishinaabe, but they're, yeah. And then again with the two-row, and I say you won't go to Brian for that, excuse me. And for my little brother, I call him my little brother, John, who is so, he was so amazing in terms of bringing his idea. And if elected, it's really important that I just want to acknowledge everybody. And in terms of the space that we have here, and to be really clear that this is not one of the calls to. This is beyond the call. This is beyond. This is for all of us, right? So I won't go. Huh?
You could tell them that, and then I'll do the closing.
Okay, we're going to reconvene at 1 o'clock on the main stage. And any of our invited dignitaries would like to say a few words? 12:30. We want to open up the garden now so that you can have a chance to roam around. And if you want to stay till 1 o'clock, we're also going to hear from our friend here at the main stage at 12:30. And if any of you want to make some comments then, just check with Gordon and I will be the MCs over there. And I just want to thank everybody for coming. It's been a whirlwind trip for me, but it's just so emotional, and I just thank John and Raymond and all the artists for their fine work, and echo the words that Raymond had to say. So, yawa.
It's been an honor to be your co-chair this morning for this event, and I want to acknowledge everybody that spoke here today, because it's the good words that have been shared with us. And it's good words that'll stay on these grounds and that they'll be part of everything that occurs in the future. We're always told that we're supposed to bring our minds together. And they tell us when we gather like this, we're bringing our minds together. And when we bring our minds together, we can do some great things. And so you see all of the great things that have been done here because people have brought their minds together. So today, as we break from here, we'll release the strings of your mind, so that you can go about your business, and that we will continue to be able to carry on the work as we go our separate ways. And as I started this, I acknowledged people, and I asked them about your health and the health of your families. And we reiterate when we leave today that we wish you well, that you are healthy and strong, and that your families are healthy and strong, and that we carry on our responsibilities in the best way that we can. Anishik. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a general announcement for everyone at the square. The Spirit Garden will be open to the public at 2 p.m. So again, a reminder for everybody that the Spirit Garden will be open to the general public at 2 p.m. Thank you very
much.
naga chituya.
way ya, way ha yo. Way ya, hey ya, way ya, hey ya yo. Way ya, way ha yo. Way ya, way ha yo. Miguel Venecia. Way ya, way ha yo. Way ya, way ha yo. Way ya, hey ya, way ya, hey ya yo. Way ya, way ha yo. Way ya, way ha yo. Miguel, no. Way ya, way ha yo. Way ya, hey ya, way ya, hey ya yo. Way ya, way ha. Way ya, hey ya, way ya, hey ya yo. Way ya, way ha yo. Way ya, way ha yo. Miguel, quise maneto. Way ya, way ha yo. Way ya, way ha yo. Way ya, hey ya, way ya, hey ya yo. Way ya, way ha yo. Way ya, way ha yo. Miguel, Way ya, way ha yo. Way ya, way ha yo. Way ya, hey ya, way ya, hey ya way ah way ah yo mi way ah way ah yo way ah way ah yo.
Man would drive up to this place, talk about our lives and talk about the stakes. Often he would bring about the time his younger brother drowned, and he was thankful that he only lost his legs. Up there on Gospel First Nation, the highway feels like salvation. In days of childhood, wondered how I would wind up where I am today. Just need to see it for yourself. Does something for your health. If we're left right now, I can show you. Oh, Jesus just might live along with all our sins. Fisher Bay Manitoba. Up there on Gospel First Nation, the highway feels like salvation. In days of childhood, wondered how I would wind up where I am today. Just need to see it for yourself. Does something for your health. If we're left right now, I can show you. Jesus just might live, along with all our sins in Fisher Bay, Manitoba. I know my Savior lives, peaceful in a house without any kids. Somewhere like Fisher Bay, Manitoba.
Faudra dire à nos enfants que le monde leur appartient. On peut croire en l'impossible et qu'on n'est pas les plus à plaindre. Pourtant on vient d'ici, on nous traite en étranger. Par contre on est la preuve que les choses peuvent changer. Les paroles de cette chanson veulent changer la face du monde, veulent donner de la fierté, veulent nous sortir de l'ombre. Je suis peut-être trop optimiste mais je suis vivant donc j'y crois. La plume au bout des doigts, j'écris une page de l'histoire. On est fort ensemble, c'est pour ça qu'on se rassemble. On est des frères dans l'esprit, c'est ce qui fait qu'on se ressemble. Si ensemble qu'on vaincra, si ensemble qu'on leur dira que sur les terres du Canada on est encore là. On est fort et fier, on rassemble les nations. C'est la voix du peuple, le chant de la détermination. C'est le cri de victoire, c'est le cri de la liberté, c'est le cœur des guerriers, c'est la voix des oubliés. Faudra dire à nos enfants que le monde leur appartient. On peut croire en l'impossible et qu'on n'est pas les plus à plaindre. Pourtant on vient d'ici, on nous traite en étrangers. Par contre on est la preuve que les choses peuvent changer. On n'est pas les victimes mais une autre génération, celle qui a le pouvoir de nous offrir un horizon. Rattraper le temps perdu, de rendre hommage aux aînés, les rassurer en leur disant qu'on ne va pas abandonner, ce sera long. Et les épreuves seront tenaces, faudra du cœur, du courage, de la force et de l'audace. En l'honneur de leur mémoire, on marchera sur leurs traces, la tête haute comme des bras, parce qu'ici c'est notre place. Sans oublier qu'on est l'espoir de demain, qu'on a le pouvoir de réparer, de bâtir le monde de nos mains. Et quoi qu'il advienne, on reste ensemble, solides, car peu se souviennent qu'on est ce qui reste du génocide. Faudra dire à nos enfants que le monde leur appartient. On peut croire en l'impossible et qu'on n'est pas les plus à plaindre. Pourtant on vient d'ici, on nous traite en étrangers. Par contre on est la preuve que les choses peuvent changer. Alors on chante sur les pas du Makushab, avec l'odeur de la sauge pour purifier nos âmes. Et tant qu'on se lève, qu'on prenne position, qu'on nourrisse nos rêves d'espoir et d'ambition. Chinano, Chimeshkanano.
Turkey Island to the world. Lord, world, Lord. Turkey Island to the world.
See him trapped inside a dead man's paradise. Streets full of parasites, criminal and thieves. Killers feed off the savage night. Poverty and greed got us deceived by the lavish life. Cops don't give a fuck about a nigga's life. This ain't nothing but a psychopath wonderland. Deals done underhand. Shit so cold, they said they sold for 100 grand. Corruption is a new obsession. We rap for blessings in a rubber band. The oppressions of the son and man. Cascades of misery and violence. The casualties of war are held silence. The tribe of Gad moves defiant. Another chapter in the sons of Zion. A gangster's lullaby filled with gunshots and sirens. We on the last days of apocalypse. Pipe bombs and hostages. Pussy whipped by goddesses. Blind to what a prophet is. The only peace we ever knew comes with a hollow tip. Spade your highness tells you what the gossip is. Eat the fruit.
5-0 at the front door. They keep aiming at our mind, yo. Wise up, you better stay woke. And keep up with the time, yo. Cause they keep on killing our whole vibe. They're killing our whole vibe. They're killing our whole vibe. Babylon keep on killing our whole vibe.
Kick in your door, waving the 4-4 po-po. They loco, as if you don't know. So cold out to get ya. The feds all are Nazis, but you don't get the picture like some dead paparazzi. This prophecy ain't no stopping me, never cop a plea. So we spitting bars, we're hitting hard as the policy. On the top MC, hip hop, the hypocrisy. I properly handle my biz and dismantle the mockeries. Get off of me, trying to control my animosity. They took the property like it was a game of Monopoly. Grand larcenies, atrocities, no apologies. They pray to win the lottery. I pray against poverty, it bothers me. Drop the economy on the RE bubbling, the people's tempers boiling. Sick from the bloodline of these so-called royal men. They only loyal to the soil that they spoiling. We trapped in the barbed wire, slowly uncoiling. These men drilling and killing, no feelings, spilling hate. Every treaty's been broken, this a military state. Deep in the concrete, you can feel the city breathing. Your breath getting heavy cause the tension's got you reaching. You seeing what I'm seeing or you believe in what they tell you? I'm only speaking truth about the lies that they sell you. They got you on a cell like you trapped in a cell. Gotta break out the spell to make it out of this hell. Ain't nothing new in the block, getting shot by the cops. When the streets get hot, another body goes drop. Now time don't stop for no man, so keep it pushing. And lift up your people, the serpent got you choosing.
5-0 at the front door. They keep aiming at our minds, yo. Wise up, you better stay woke. And keep up with the times, yo. Cause they keep on killing our whole vibe. They killing our whole vibe. They killing our whole vibe. Babylon keep on killing our whole vibe.
Yeah. trapped in your lies and your disguise. Stop it, don't waste my time. Set me free. Release me. Stop playing games with me. Set me free. For you I tried to tame my flame. My mind used to think my name. I don't like this push and pulling game. Truth. I'd rather leave than force you to. I'd rather sing under the moon. Set me free. Release me. Stop playing games with me.
Guys, can you make my mic hot on the podium, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement to make. May we have a representative from John Buckham Senior Public School please make your way to the security desk inside City Hall, specifically Mrs. Sue or Mrs. Wu. One of your students is actually there, and we just need one of the representatives, please. Thank you.
They to be honest with you. Late at night it gets dark and reminds me of you. Feels like I could do better. Why am I wearing your sweater? You don't even know what you keep it real. Got all these broken hearts and they were love. But call for your shit, baby, you anything, do anything. I thought that you were it, but I don't know that I was just a body with a more of you. Now I'm sitting in this room, 50 shades of blue, shades of blue. Leather seats in your car, top down with your crew, getting drunk with your friends, hide away with you. Feels like I could do better. Why am I wearing your sweater? You don't even know what you keep it real. Got all these broken hearts and they were love. But call it from your shit, baby, do anything, do anything. I thought that you were it, but I don't know that I was just a body, nothing more than you. Now I'm sitting in this room, 50 shades of blue, shades of blue. I could do better. I could do better. I could do better. I could do better. You don't even know what you keep it real. Got all these broken hearts and they run out. But call it for your shit, baby, do anything, do anything. I thought that you were it, but I don't know that I was just a body, nothing more than you. Now I'm sitting in this room, 50 shades of blue, shades of blue.
Tant d'histoires dans ton regard et tant de mots dans tes silences. Dans le bleu de tes yeux noirs, les vagues de la mer en délivrance.
Jamais trop tôt, jamais trop tard. Tu es toujours de circonstance. Comme un train qui quitte la gare pour les prairies de ton enfance. Quand le soleil dit bonjour,
que la nuit rencontre le jour.
une voix me rappelle toujours
Que peu importe les détours, avec tes yeux de lucide star, tu iras loin, tu iras fort. Avec ta voix et ta guitare, tu n'as jamais cherché la gloire. Comme la lumière dans un phare qui vient traverser la nuit pour que les bateaux ne s'égarent la nuit quand la lune est absente.
Tu arrives toujours de nulle part, tout comme la marée montante, bien ancré dans ta mémoire. Tant de souvenirs qui te hantent quand le soleil dit bonjour.
Que la nuit rencontre le jour.
Une voix me rappelle toujours
Que peu importe les détours, avec tes yeux
de lucide star, tu iras loin, tu iras fort. Avec ta voix jamais cherché la gloire. Avec tes yeux de lucide star, tu iras loin, tu iras fort. Avec ta voix, puis ta guitare, tu n'as jamais cherché la gloire. Avec ta voix, puis ta guitare, tu n'as jamais cherché la gloire. New blood is rising as the black moon goes. When you call my name, when you call my name, don't you hear them come? When you call my name, when you call my name, when you call my name.
Randomly pointed. Be nice to this guy.
Okay, I'm ready. Going for a walk, Rick. I'll talk on production, so
B-roll for general.
Thank you. We can take it whenever you need it.
Nah, I'm okay. If I get tired, I'll give it to you. Okay. Not that much of a prima donna. We don't have to worry about shooting kids.
That's B-roll. They said that's
Yeah, and this is from behind anyway. Okay. All right.
we're gonna play.
All right. That's just a wide shot of the kids. So okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, take it from. You want to take the pieces?
Yeah, the kids.
Yeah.
Trying to stay with it. Thanks. This is good. This one?
Yes, you did. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, moving on. It's okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Nice little wave. Thank you.
We're gonna get artsy. We're gonna do that. Room, done.
Okay. Suppose you're good there, Rick. Let's get back a little further away. Okay. Going the other way. And done. Okay, we're repoing.
You gentlemen can go ahead when we're up.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it. Yeah, we're gonna let's grab that tripod. You know what? We'll come to that later. I'll keep it with me. Thanks, guys. Have a good afternoon.
In 5 minutes, we're going to start. We have some speakers for you this afternoon. And then we'll get back into our agenda. We've got some singers and drummers and dancers this afternoon. All of it this afternoon is going to be the last part of our great celebration that we're having. So we'll see you in 5.
Hallelujah, taste of the future, the people, the shower, the pistol, the coward, the trace of the future. Lonely martyrs, magic carpets, dirty blankets, Coca-Cola, soul controller, holy waters. Middle East mode, sand glorious, cheat code in Babylonian, the Orient. My superhero got the people power. Yasin and Yasin, you should heed the hour.
With you and living kings, I mean it, I mean. I mean it, I mean. Yasin and Yasin in the R.E.P. I mean it, I mean. Original nation with one solid, I mean. I mean it, I mean. Straight jacket, come clean, Yasin and Yasin in the R.E.P. Original nation with one solid, with it. True and live it.
Thank you. Occasion's right there. The Lieutenant Governor's not speaking. No. Okay. Well, you gave him the opportunity. No, that's the because as soon as you stop, which is again, that's not the right approach. That's not the right approach. We'll give him the platform. It's now he's a grown man.
If your school is coming into this gathering this afternoon, can you please register so that we know who's here, because we want to give you a big shout out.
Be with me.
We are going to get started this afternoon. Believe it or not, we're closing in. This is 3.5 days we've already gone through. We've done a lot of good things here at this gathering, a lot of things that we have been able to showcase, a lot of young people, a lot of talented people overall. And this first part of this afternoon, we're going to have some speakers. So our first speaker today is Krista Freeland. She joined us this morning in the Spirit Garden. And of course, this morning the Spirit Garden was all about the former students themselves. And so because of that, we didn't have any dignitaries speak this morning. We just acknowledged them, and we thanked them for their attendance at this gathering. So this afternoon, we're giving them an opportunity to speak. So Krista is from Northern Alberta. She is currently the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada. And I got to tell you, she's short, but she rocks the world, okay? Krista.
Okay, I am indeed short. In fact, I'm so short, I'm not sure I'm going to be visible above this podium. So I'll step aside. Good afternoon, everyone. I am really glad to be here with my colleague and fellow Toronto MP, Julie DeBrusen. And it's been great to be here with other members of our caucus, with Rechi Valdez, with Marco Mendocino, with Nate Erskine-Smith. It is a privilege to be here today at the Spirit Garden on the traditional lands of many nations, the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. And I do want to thank the Toronto Council Native Fire Cultural Center for all the work they have done making today's event happen and making the Spirit Garden happen. Yeah, let's give them a hand. Megwech, merci beaucoup. I just want to take a moment to talk about grandmothers. And a remarkable grandmother I had the chance to meet this morning in the teaching lodge in the Spirit Garden. Her name is Joanna, and she was here with 2 granddaughters. I learned in talking to them that it was Joanna who sewed the ribbon shirts that the members of the Multi-Faith Council that was part of building the Spirit Garden are wearing today. But what I learned, the way that I learned the most about Joanna and her contribution and the contribution of our grandmothers, and especially of Indigenous grandmothers, was from talking to her 2 granddaughters who are 7 and 9. And they were taking such pleasure in identifying on the floor of the Spirit Lodge, of the teaching lodge, there are paw prints of many different animals, of moose, and of bear, and of wolves, and of heron. And those 2 little girls were taking such joy in identifying which print belonged to each animal for everyone who was there. They were so proud of their knowledge and so proud of themselves. And that is the work, the result of a strong grandmother. So can we all have a hand for the grandmothers like Joanna? Oh, here she is. I think one of the granddaughters has just walked over and she's sitting in a front row seat there. Do you want to stand up and wave to everyone? Stand up, turn around, and wave to everyone. If you don't recognize animal prints, she can tell you what they all are. And then the second group of people I really want to recognize are the children, the young people who are here. Just behind me, there's a school meeting point. And I think one of the most meaningful things for me is seeing how many young people there are here already, knowing how many have come through this weekend, knowing how many more are going to come here. I know lots of schools are coming here. My sister is a high school teacher. She's bringing some of her classes here this afternoon. And for me, that is so powerful and so transformative for our country. Alors, je voudrais aussi remercier tous les jeunes et surtout tous les enseignants et enseignantes qui sont ici avec eux. So can we have a hand for the kids, but especially for the teachers? Alors, aujourd'hui, nous rendons hommage aux enfants élevés et aux survivantes et survivants des pensionnats, à leurs familles et à leur communauté. Today, it's a beautiful sunny day. I see people having great snacks. I see people enjoying community, and that's great. But today is also a somber day. It's a day that we're coming together to honor and recognize the stolen children and the survivors of residential schools, their families, and their communities. Today is about acknowledging and recognizing that we need to work to overcome our country's harmful colonial legacy. That's why today we're acting on our shared responsibility of reconciliation, working hand in hand with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Aujourd'hui, la chose la plus importante, c'est de créer un espace pour écouter les voix des communautés autochtones, les voix des survivants et survivantes, d'être inspirés par leur voix, par leur exemple. Alors, je veux vraiment. Oh, and there's Joanna too. Joanna, do you want to stand up? Yeah, come on. Here's the grandmother who inspires me today. D'être inspiré par les grands-mères, par les enfants, de les écouter, de les entendre. Alors, un grand merci à Joanna. I'm going to just conclude where I started by saying a very deep, profound thank you to Joanna for your work as a grandmother of your amazing granddaughters, and a grandmother of us all. Thank you, and miigwech. Merci.
Nyawa.
Nyawa.
Thank you. Nyawa. Deputy Prime Minister, so glad you could make it. Did they tell you? I don't know if Gord told you, but I saw her coming in and she had a little blue helmet, so she rode her bike here.
That's true, so did Julie.
So did Julie. All right, ladies. So glad to see women leading, because women are, in my culture, women are the leaders. We have a matriarchal society, and it's so important that we see more and more strong women leading in the government and in all businesses and everything. So, Nyawa, thank you for the fine work that you both do, and I hope you keep it up. And I do need some money for a new cultural center. I never give up. We never give up until we get what we want, like the Spirit Garden. It was originally supposed to open in 2018. Well, we didn't have enough money to finish it. And so our people are persistent, and we don't give up until we get what we want, and we finally got it. So kudos to everybody that was involved in it. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, but before I do that, I just want to acknowledge Her Honor Edith Dumont, Lieutenant Governor of Ontario. She's been here since 7 a.m. this morning. Give us a wave. We asked her if she wanted to say a few words. She said she's here to listen and learn and to mingle and talk to the people, and she's going to speak at the next one. So, Nyawa to you, Your Honor, for being with us today. Okay, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, Mayor Olivia Chow. She's the 66th mayor of Toronto, the first person of Asian descent to serve as mayor, and again, another woman to serve as mayor since the 6 municipalities of Metro Toronto were amalgamated. I tell you, the women are taking over. That's why things are getting done. She was born in Hong Kong, and Mayor Chow immigrated to Canada with her parents at the age of 13. She has worked as a sculptor, an ESL teacher, and a counselor for new immigrants. She has a lifetime of activism and community organizing, and is a 3-time elected member of Parliament for Trinity Spadina. She founded the Institute for Change Leaders in 2016, providing leadership training to young activists, and she was elected as mayor in Toronto in 2023. Please welcome Mayor Chow.
Do you want to hold it? Sure. Oh, good afternoon. Thank you for including me in this grand opening of the Spirit Garden today. Yeah, congratulations. It's a beautiful place. And this morning we had the sunrise ceremony where we were watching the sun move coming up and having the elders teach us the wisdom and having the water that purified us to make us recommit our importance of seeking truth and reconciliation. And then having the strawberries, asking for forgiveness. And being in that spirit garden earlier, it is just powerful experience to witness and hear from the residential school warriors. I don't want to call them survivors. They're warriors. And all the children. Yes, they are warriors. Think of that strength and the resilience and the power they have. It also, in the garden, not only do we remember all the children that are lost, that are cruelly ripped out from the mom and dads, where they lost their culture, their language, their heritage, their history, their stories, and how difficult life was, and sometimes continue to be, because colonialism still exists. It is an honor to feel the vitality in the spirit garden of the First Nation, Inuit, and Métis culture traditions. Now, we've seen, quite a few of you were here over the weekend, of 7 Indigenous Legacy Gatherings right here at the square. And we have learned a lot because we were being taught. There was a lot of healing. And this garden is also a place of reflection, cultural celebration, with spiritual ceremonies, open to everyone seeking to connect and to understand. Now, if you go into the reflecting pools on the north wall, you will see the names of 18 residential schools that once operated in Ontario. And it's engraved there. So that the children who never came home from those shameful places, and the many generations who continue to live with that impact, may never be forgotten. Yes, go and reflect and feel that energy. And then the designs are centered around a turtle, the Turtle Island, a symbol of creation for many of the indigenous people. This sculpture is designed by Anishinaabe artist Solomon King, and he identifies the names of the 17 residential schools that operated, okay? And they are, but you see the turtle is also a symbol of healing, of wisdom, of tenacity, of strength. You will see the turtle climbing over the boulder on steps, symbolizing the struggles experienced by residential school warriors and their continuous strength and resilience. I'm not done yet. There are even more. It also incorporates elements that represent other elements in the First Nation, Inuit, and Métis cultures in the form of a spirit canoe. Carved in it are stars moon. And a fish, I think it's a sturgeon, and and the lily pads. It's just incredible. And later on, with the three sisters, there will be planting, and then there's a teaching lodge where you look out and you see the turtle and Old City Hall because of the east-west axle, and Inusuk. And the path that continues connecting the Tree of Peace and the Peace Garden is a two-road wampum that symbolizes the long-standing treaty agreement between Indigenous people and the settlers. Right, it's a stream. It's absolutely stunning. You will probably hear more about it. And the city is really proud to join in this great effort of walking side by side and this building of the Spirit Garden. And we have learned so much and made so many friends with the Toronto Council Fire Native Culture Center, and may the spirit of that friendship continue. Let us give another round of applause to the Council Fire Native Culture Center and all that they have done. Thank you. Now, but that's just a space. What we need is the ongoing operation of the Spirit Garden. So the city is offering a very humble $100,000 to continue the programming, and so that the Council Fire will continue to program different activities in that Spirit Garden as we continue to learn. This young man is clapping already. Yes, because we want to continue to see program happening in there, right? And if you have any ideas, let Council Fire know. Make no mistakes, my friends. There's a lot of work needs to be done. And we're working hard every day. And this Spirit Garden is going to guide us. The turtle is going to guide us. And the 10-year plan, the Reconciliation Commission report will guide us. And one of the recommendations is that we need to open a Spirit Garden. And that's what we did today. Yes, I want to thank Lieutenant Governor Edith Demont, former Premier Kathleen Wynne for being here, former Mayor John Tory, it was his leadership, and also Mike Layton, former councillor, and all the councillors that were here in the opening to make this Spirit Garden a reality, and all the councillors, if I know you're out there, thank you for being there. Let us walk the path of reconciliation together. And let us journey towards peace, truth, and reconciliation. And let us have this day, this special, magical moment, guide us. And may that wisdom be with us all the time as we walk towards this path. Thank you so much for being here today. Miigwech.
I need a bigger round of applause for that. City of Toronto is one of Council Fire's big partners in being able to develop the Spirit Garden. So thank you very much. I look out here this afternoon and all I see is a sea of orange. There is orange everywhere. I have to be able to do some announcements this afternoon. I'm looking for St. Joseph's School. Is St. Joseph's School here? Yes. Can I hear a big shout out from St. Joseph's? Let me hear you. Oh, pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. It's Church Street here, Church Street Public School. Do I have Church Street somewhere here? I hear a little bit of cheering going on. Yeah, Church Street. Okay. How about Richmond? Richmond Adelaide, childcare. Are they here, Richmond Adelaide? All right. Well, we really appreciate you coming out as young people. we've been really talking about the talent of young people for the last 3.5 days. And we're talking about the need for us to be able to have education together so that we can grow and that we can understand each other and how we move together. Because it's going to take all of us to deal with a whole bunch of issues that are out there. Issues like climate change and making sure that in that climate change that we're able to treat the environment the same way we treat everything in our lives, with great deal of reverence and looking after it and making sure that those things happen. So we need you. We need all the young people to be able to do those things, because you're the ones that are going to change things going forward. And so whatever help we can do in that, we'll be glad to do it. Okay? Are they ready? Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me out there? Yes, eh? All right, all right. So, everybody, if you haven't had a chance to visit the Spirit Garden, right back on this side, the Spirit Garden is open to the public this afternoon. So if you have a chance to go over, you can visit, you can see the turtle, you can see the canoes, you can see all the work that's done there, and get to enjoy it and know that you're going to come back one day, as the mayor said, and there's going to be programming to be able to tell you about everything that's happening there. So you get a chance this afternoon, please do that.
As an individual, but I am a poet from WASI, Center for Active Innovation.
Okay. We have one more speaker. One more speaker that wants to bring a message, and he's a poet. His name is Keon. He could introduce his organization. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
A couple minutes.
Hi there, folks. Good day. I just want to, I'm an artist. I'm a poet, a part of Wild Seed, but I'm here today as an individual to spread awareness, because there's a campaign to say no to racism, and that's a way to try to amplify conversations such as we've had here today, but most importantly, to ask all levels of government, anybody and everybody, to say no to racism, because racism really is about the privilege and the division and divisiveness that came from these privileges that's been exploited for profits. Those profits continue to keep our communities separated, and policies being made not in the names of our children, but in the name of big business. And we need to center any conversation with the indigenous community. And what is being built and what is to be remembered right here, right now, this is monumental. The survivors also were the survivors of my indigenous community. We also need to start conversations to recognize the Moors and the folks that's been in solidarity and also indigenous to the land. The friendship and peace treaty needs to be acknowledged, needs to be public, and steps need to be taken by all levels of government to acknowledge Canada's participation in the erasure of Black, brown, and indigenous lives. Yeah. So most importantly, let's say no to any form of racism. For we all bleed the same, we all love each other. So anything that is not love is hate. And that's how we need to push back. It's protected against Canada's human rights. So therefore, that's illegal. So anybody wants to say anything that's contradicting or against any life, we got a message for you. If it's not love, it's hate. Yeah. Thank you for everybody for hearing me. Appreciate the message. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have a lot of messages from, I think, from a lot of different corners of the country that are talking about peace and trying to find out how we build that peace and build relationships and how we move forward. So this afternoon we're going to get started with some of our singers, and they're called Manitou Makwa. In their language, Ojibwe language, that means spirit bear. So they are from the Mississaugas of New Credit First Nation. They're a family, and they're hand drum singers, and they sing a lot of powwow songs. They do round dance songs, and so they do a lot of that kind of singing. And their singing, they say to us, it's meant to lift people up. It's meant to lift your spirit. It's meant to get you excited. It's meant to be able to have you just feel really good about being able to enjoy the songs that they sing. They've been around for a while. They were released their first album 10 years ago. They've been nominated for music awards, and they were nominated for a Juno Award last year. So they've got some pretty good traction out there in the entertainment world. So Makwa singers.
Hey, just kidding. Ni wani bushu. Bego jija one wa weskuna sankwe Indigenous cause Makwa Dodom. Miche Sagi of the Credit in Dunjaba, meanwhile 6 Nations of the Grand River in Dunjaba. Miche Sagi, meanwhile Opta Nottaway and Dow. So I introduced myself in my Anishinaabemowin language. My name is Wild Bloom Purple Flower Woman. I'm from the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. I'm Bear Clan, and my father's Ongohoe Mohawk Wolf Clan from the 6 Nations of the Grand River Territory. So I'm gonna let my sister introduce herself.
Bonjour, habitude de Damien on Indigenous cause. Makwa and Dodem, Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation in Dunjaba, Anishinaabe Kwe, Minoa up to Haudenosaunee Kwe and Dow. Maya Jagana She Noswin. My name is She Who Brings the Strawberries. I'm from Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. I'm Bear Clan, and my English name is Maya.
Adeba de Kichita Kwe Makwa Dona, Mississaugas of the Credit and Dow.
And these are our kids.
Hey,
sister got here. Minga, you want to introduce yourself?
Ni bonjour, wajgabu with Twadwiji kwa Indigenous cause. Meanwhile, no kado uzine yundiat.
So that first song is it's an introduction song, and what that song is saying is being again, Mishomas being again Nokomis, and it's asking our grandfathers and our grandmothers and our ancestors to come and be with us. This next song is it's a lullaby, and I thought it was an appropriate song to sing. Sorry, I'm just getting a little choked up thinking about it. But I just think about all the babies who miss hearing their nokomises and their mishomises and their nagushes and their noses and their relatives singing to them. So this is for them.
Hey,
of the things that we try to do within our family unit, and our drum family, is we encourage our young people, our young Benoshis, our babies to sing and dance and learn their culture. And we remind them how fortunate they are to be able to sing and go to ceremonies and do things that our people weren't allowed to. Our people, it was taken from us. So when we go and we hear them singing, it really it hits here, it touches our heart to see them take pride and to want to sing and to want to dance. What's the next song? Sorry, I've drawn a blank here. So this next song is called the Ancestors Song, and it comes from the Red Shadow Singers, and it's a powwow song. Whew, sorry.
I just want to say, I know I can't quite do anything about it myself, but I'm really proud of whoever out there is doing the ocean cleanups right now, and who else is planting back in the rainforests. This was nice nyao and miigwech for those people.
I'm the mother, Nagasha, of 8 children, or 7 children and 8 grandchildren. I'm proud to be their Nookamis. I'm glad that they call me Nookamis. And they're still asking, my grandchildren are still asking me, am I going to have any more babies? I'd love to, I said. But I'm leaving that up to my daughters. So I'm really proud to be their mom. I get to sit back now of the things that they've been taught by their father and I, and their aunties and their uncles, and see them play out some of the things that they've learned. And I'm happy when the other day, I think Saturday, we were at a powwow and all the grandchildren are standing behind us singing, and it feels really good to see that because when the elders, I brought them into my home 35 years ago and I asked them what was wrong with me. Why am I so angry? And they all talked about residential schools, my grandma, my aunts, and some of the people. And they talked about how their tongue was cut, their ear was cut. They couldn't hold their brothers and sisters. They couldn't speak their language. And I said, what do you want me to do about it? And they said, bring the songs and the language and the ceremonies back. So that's what I've been doing for 35 years, along with my children. So that includes like feasts. When you have a chance, have your feast with your relatives. That it helps them. It helps them in the spirit world and their healing. So, miigwech.
Hey,
last song we're gonna sing is it's an honor song. One second. And then we're gonna end with a song we called Ogichita. I don't know if you've heard it, but if you have, okay, cool, sing along. If not, just I guess listen. And what I'm gonna ask is everybody who's standing here or who's sitting here to stand up while we sing this song. If you can. Say it again. Stay here. Get up there. Deeper, please. Deeper. That's it. Good job. That's it. Deep breath, girl. Deep breath. Relax. Just got 2 more songs, okay? So you can have a seat. We got one more song in the barrel. And this last song, so all of our songs, most of them are on like Amazon and Spotify and YouTube Music, all those things. And this last song is called Gazagade Wind, and the song is just saying, I see you, you look like the northern lights, you look like the sunset, and you look very beautiful. So that's what we want to leave this space with.
Hey guys, ready? Come on, Lily.
much.
Thank you, Val. Wow. Awesome. Thank you to the Makwa, Manitou Makwa singers, women's singing groups, women's hand drum group. They're awesome. Awesome. Such harmony. And they're all family. And that's a really good thing, too, about family. We're just going to get set up here for a second and be right back.
My God, you should see the view from here. It's a sea of orange. Wonderful. It's the whole, all across the country. So I'll introduce you. I'm so happy here to stand here with my brother Kevin. And he's been working with All Nations Drum and at Toronto Council Fire, and he's been doing a lot of good work with the singing and the drumming and the dancing. And he's got a couple of dancers back here, and I'm going to turn it over to him, and he can make the introductions.
Thank you, Ava. What an awesome event so far, eh, guys? Quite a lineup, quite a lineup. Yeah. So Aboriginal Legal Services is actually sponsoring this show today, right? And you guys are welcome to go check out their booth later. There they have all kinds of services. Yeah. I'm just going to read off these services so you guys know, okay? It says, who is Aboriginal Legal Services? They have a legal clinic. They have an Aboriginal court worker program. They have a community council program. They have a GLADU program. They have a victim rights advocacy program. They have a supervised access program. They have fetal alcohol syndrome disorder program. They have court workers program. They have welcome home program. They have road to your name program. They have Indigenous knowledge helper program. They have supervised access program. And the newest one is sharing our stories program. I think we had Black Wolf up here a little earlier talking about that yesterday. And Aboriginal Legal Services asked these two wonderful dancers to come out and support today's event, right? So here we got with us today our men's traditional dancer, Talon White-Eye. We're very lucky today, guys. These are two champion dancers. The best of the best are here today, okay? We also have with us Mars Fiddler Green. I got it. Was I close? I got it? Oh, Fairfield, Mars Fairfield. I'm so bad with names, guys. I'm so bad with names. This is Mars. We both got champion dancers. And the Aboriginal Legal Services asked if the All Nation Juniors could sing for them today. So All Nation Juniors accepted, right? And they are here again today. Right here we got Joey Myron, Jaden Wimagwants, Dakota Myron, Araya Surrett. Okay, we got Malachi Debutch, Kaylin Pouche, Liam Myron, and he brought his friend
Dakota Robinson.
All right, Dakota Robinson. So we asked Dakota here, from 1 to 100, how much do you want to learn how to sing? He said 100. All right. So we're going to have an opening song, guys. We're going to have both our dancers showcase their style, intertribal style. Right? So if you're at a powwow, okay, and you heard intertribal over top of the MC stand, that means you all can dance in a tribal song, okay? Doesn't mean come up on stage though and dance, okay? Not this time. That's what that means, okay? So we're gonna do a quick intertribal to start off, and then we're gonna showcase both these styles of dances. All right. Awesome. So give these little dancers a little bit of a breath. I want to introduce the drum itself. Because just like the boys have names, so does that drum. They call it Skittles. Because it has the Skittle colors on the side. Malachi named that drum. This is Malachi's drum here. Right? Each one of our boys, almost all of our boys carry a drum. Right? And that's because they earned that right to carry the drum. They have that respect for it. They understand where that drum come from. Right? And when you hear that beat's that heartbeat. It's a heartbeat of our mother, and that's what we're dancing to. Is that heartbeat. And that's why those dancers dance so hard. Right? That drum in particular, like there's a lot of drums. You've seen the hand drums. There's water drums, little boy drums, right? Double-sided ceremony drum. And there's this big drum here. They call it a big drum because it's big. But there's a story that goes to it, right? And that drum come about when the people were at war. Right? We were at war with the Blue Coats, come from the Dakota Nation, and we were fighting with the Ojibwe Nation at that time. What we were fighting over was hunting grounds. We were fighting over the buffalo because the buffalo was being taken away from us. Right? It was during that time the kids were raised. They were raised to be on guard. So we were always watching out for that attack from the army, right? And our aunties and uncles told us, the young ones, if an army attacks the camp, you're to go to the water, right? Use one of those reeds to breathe with and go into that water, and that's where you hide, right? So that happened. That's how this drum come about. Her name was Tail Feather Woman. And I actually went out to Minneapolis, and I got the story from a historian out there, right, about that big drum and how it come about. And this is what he told me. He told me that when that war party attacked and that cavalry attacked, there was a girl named Tail Feather Woman that went to the water. That's where she hid. But except the Blue Coats followed along the side of that river, waiting for the kids to come up. Right? So she stayed under there, and she floated really far. And they say that she floated for a few days. So I don't know who ever been in a tub longer than an hour, right? You can get waterlogged, right? Become fishy. So she became sick. And where she ended up was in Ojibwe country, right? And Ojibwe people come along and they found her and they nursed her back to health, right? And while she was unconscious and sick, she started having visions of this drum, right? How to make it. Was told to put an eagle feather inside. And she was given songs to go with it. So when Ojibwe people brought her back to the Dakota Nation, all healthy and well, she gifted this drum to the Ojibwe people of that vision. And we sat down and we sang together, right? And we shared stories. We shared songs. We did trade. And for a long time, that we haven't felt that before, we felt like one. We felt like one nation. So our drum group's called All Nation Juniors, and we have all nations sitting around that drum, representing that peace agreement between our nations. And that drum spread like wildfire. Right now you can go anywhere on Turtle Island, you're gonna see that big drum, all different nations sitting around there, all different nations dancing, right? You know. So I'm gonna call on Talon. I'm gonna call Talon to come out. He's a men's traditional dancer. This is a warrior style dance. Back in the old days, we only had 3 dances. Women's traditional, men's traditional, grass dance. Okay. This style of dance, right? He has a beautiful outfit, guys. Wow. Okay. He's got all quill work. Has a breastplate representing that old, before the beads. Before we had those beads, that's what we used. And we got the beads and we like those beads, right? On top of his head, you're going to see his honor feathers. Okay, that's 2 kills. I'm just kidding. That's how much good work he does in his community. He was honored with these feathers, honored with a bustle full of feathers, right? That represents the good work that he does in the community. That represents his good heart. I know Talon. He's our Sundance chief at the White Eye Sundance Camp in Sarnia, Thunderbird Sundance Camp. He's been there for us, guiding us through that Sundance. Right? He's one of the youngest Sundancers. I know the dance. I think he was it 12? 12 years old. He was Sundancing at 12 years old, right? So his style of dance, he tells that story. It could be of a battle, but he's carrying this staff that represents that Sundance tree, right? That peace agreement, right? You'll see him. And that's for everybody. That Sundance is for everybody because they pray for the world there, right? Not just our people. They pray for everybody, right? So that's what that staff's about. And you'll see his eagle fan does that work. He carries his tobacco bag here, right? He's got those bells so you can hear him on beat. And all his beadwork represents his nation and who he is. And you see that porcupine roach, right, on top of his head? That means he's on guard. Just like all of our warriors are on guard, right? So if you see him out there, guys, please don't come up and touch him, okay? Don't come up and touch his stuff, okay? Because he's on guard. Just like that porcupine, he might get, right? So don't touch him, okay, guys? When you're out there, respect the regalias. When you see that goes for all dancers, guys. When you see those dancers out there, don't come up touching their regalias, okay? They hold that regalia right to their heart, and they treat their stuff like it all has spirit, okay? So we're going to give Talon you guys, speak up. Oh, duck and dive. We're going to give him a duck and dive. And this song here, right, you're going to hear those honor beats. He might be ducking those bullets, okay? Ducking and diving, that's what that song's about. I just want to say, Dakota, you're doing really well, okay? All right. It's tough for the newer singers because this is a big crowd here. Imagine how scary that is, right? So I'm really proud that he can stand up here and sit down. I'll call upon Mars. Hey. We have Mars come up. As you can see, Mars is wearing her honor feathers too. Okay. Mars is also a part of the Thunderbird Sundance, right? And she works with the girls there. She supports them and she dances, right? And as you can see, she's wearing the old style too. She's got the quill work. That was before we had beads, right? All of her colors represent who she is and where she's from. And she wears those honor feathers in her hair, right? Representing the work that she does in the community. She does a lot of good work in the community, working with the women. And her style of dress is a healing style. This dress come from a lady named Maggie White, right? And I think the story, I'm gonna tell the story the best I know how, okay guys? Right? They say that there was a young lady who was sick, right? And her grandfather prayed on her, right? And he received visions of this dress, right? He received visions on how to make this dress and was told if she was to put this dress on her and to bring her into that ceremony circle and dance her around that circle, that she would get better, right? And they say that she was so sick she could barely walk around, right? And they had to help her around. So her grandfather put that dress on her. They put her out there on that first round, and they helped her around that circle, right? The second time around, they didn't help her so much. She was starting to move on her own. That third time around, she was starting to dance. And that fourth time around, she was dancing, right? And this dress is not very old at all. I think it's only less than 100 years old, right? But it has power to it. It has that ability to heal, right? So if you have an opportunity, right? I'm not saying the dress is going to heal cancer, okay, guys? But if you have an opportunity, you know, and someone's sick in your family, emotionally, physically, you could offer tobacco to these dancers. And they'll take that tobacco and they'll think about your family member while they're dancing on that powwow circuit, right? And with the right amount of prayers, and they take this to heart. They don't just take that tobacco and think about it. They put that right in their heart, and it takes meaning, right? And they say a prayer for that family person, whoever that is, right? With the hopes that the right doctors will come. The right people will come into their life to help them. And generally, I tell you guys, generally it works. I've seen this dress do a lot of good work. So we're going to showcase Mara's style of dance here, the healing style of dance. Boys, what do we got for her? Sidestep. All right. Awesome, Mars. Awesome. Like I said, guys, we got some of the best here, right? Dancing away. So you have to wonder what it takes to be a dancer, what it takes to be a drummer, right? And all it takes, right, is for you to try. All it takes is for you to make your way to the drum. All it takes is for you to go to your powwow and just try, right? And then there's 7 grandfathers that you got to think about too, okay? So all of our drummers, all of our dancers, they practice their bravery, right? That's being able to come out here, perform in front of everybody, perform in front of everybody. They practice their humility. When I was calling them the best, you didn't see him going, yeah, that's me, the best, right? He was very humble. He used his humility, right? He's practicing his humility, right? They have to practice their respect of one another, other dancers, all nations. They have to practice their truth. That's what we're here today about, right, guys? We're talking about the truth. They have to use that. They practice their honesty, right? You know, always to be honest with yourself, with other people. That way no feelings get hurt, right? Things have to be said, they have to be said. They practice their wisdom, right? Because mistakes are made, guys. We make mistakes in life, right? But when you use your wisdom, you know, you don't make that same mistake twice, right? So they practice that. All these singers, all these dancers, they practice that. But most importantly, the best one of them all, the one that they practice the most, is that love. Is that love. That's what that sun dance is about. It's about that love. That's what that drum's about. It's about that love. Having that group of singers there, it's about that love. Love for one another. Love for who we are. When you see Talon dancing, he dances so well because he loves to be First Nation. He loves being who he is, right? He loves that style of dance. Mars, when she's dancing so well, she puts love in that jingle dress. When you give her tobacco, she uses her love for those prayers. So love is one of the most important things, right? That's going to make you a dancer or a singer. And I just thought I'd say that before we moved on because you got to know, like, what these dancers and drummers' lives are like, right? And those are the 7 grandfathers that they follow. The Dakota people, we have sort of the same teachings. Some of them are a little bit different. Like one's generosity, right? You know, and this is that's one of our teachings is generosity, right? So we're gonna call upon Talon again, boys. We got a song for him. We're gonna give him a sneak up, boys. All right. So we're gonna give Talon a sneak up, okay? And this style of dance, the original sneak up was actually talked about that Battle of Custard, right? And when you go out there to a powwow, you see that now. You see the stick there, right? You know, that's representing Custard, that stick at that powwow, right? How it went was that when we were attacked, the first thing we did is we sent off the women and children, put them on their horses, we sent them off, and all the men stayed and battled, right? We made sure women and children were safe first, right? So you're gonna see that style of sneaking up, that battling in this style of dance. So with no further ado, guys, we're gonna Talon What Eyes sneak up. Man, it's hot up here. So we're gonna have one more. We're gonna have two more songs, guys. We're gonna have Mars come up, do one more song for us. We're gonna give her a straight beat, okay? Because you got to see her side step, right? That's a hard way to go. So we're gonna give her a straight beat so she can showcase her style on a straight beat, okay? And after that, we're gonna sing one more song for you guys, okay? We're gonna sing that American Indian Movement song after this, right? And it represents American Indian Movement come along during a time when our people were down, right? You know, they were hurt. You know, they were coming out of residential schools, coming out of 60 Scoop, right? And American Indian Movement come along and gave the people back the spirit, gave them back their spirit, right? You know, so here in Ontario, where we have American Indian Movement, all these boys belong to American Indian Movement. Our president, Suzanne Smoke, Cedar Smoke, okay? And they do good things. You heard Suzanne come up here and speak earlier, right? She works with the women. Our young men work with as many young men as they can, okay? So we're gonna sing that song after, okay? But for now, we're gonna give Mars opportunity to showcase her style. Like I said, guys, we have some of the best of the best. Well, here we go. So I'm just going to give Talon come on up for a second, Talon. I'm giving him an opportunity to say something, okay? Right. It's always nice to hear from our Sundance chief.
Ani boju jung gashe dishnakaz mashikan dodam amchnanga donjaba nishna shagod waswa don zabongas nishna benendao. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the Creator for the day today, and I'd like to thank the people that come out and support today, September 30th. It's very important for us to acknowledge this day. We're on the original lands of the Anishinaabe people, the Ongoy people, and it makes my heart feel good to see, not orange shirts coming out, but, people of color, celebrating with us. This is where it starts. It starts by us in unity, coming together collectively, putting our hearts and minds together to come celebrate this day. Some of our parents, our grandparents were taken at a young age, and this is what this day is for. We're here to reclaim. We're not here to put Orange Shirt Day and push it in people's faces. We just want this country to realize, the damage that they've done, and that if we could come together collectively as non-Native and Native people, we can make Canada a better place. We can make Toronto a better place. I like to say Chimigwech to Chantel and Black Wolf, the Aboriginal Legal Services Department over there, for making this opportunity available. I'd like to say thank you to Council Fire as well. This was my home. I was raised here. I was raised in Scarborough. I know what it's like to be from Toronto, to living in Toronto. I know the hardships, what it is to be inner city youth with no culture, no identity. But we're here singing and we're here dancing, and I just want everyone to go home in a good way with good feelings. And, may we be better people, all of us collectively together. Miigwech.
Those are awesome words, Talon. Thank you. Mars, would you like to say anything? Call upon Mars out? No.
Sego se wagwego, dega handako yunyat, kankahagani waka anjota, at noarini wagidlota. Hi everyone, my name is Marley. I'm from Six Nations of the Grand River Territory. I'm Mohawk and I'm Turtle Clan. I just want to say thanks everybody for coming out today. I'm still out of breath, but it really means a lot to us. And as we were driving in, we saw kids that were outside playing for recess, and they all had their orange shirts on, and we were like, oh my gosh, that's really awesome. And even just looking out here, there's a whole sea of orange, and it really warms our hearts and fills our hearts. And I think this is just lovely what the city's done. And thank you to All Nations Junior too for singing for us, and really appreciate that. And Chantel and Black Wolf for bringing us out. And happy to see everybody here. Shout out to my sister. She's there too. Bring her family. Now we'll go. Thanks, everyone.
Let's give another round of applause for these awesome dancers, champion dancers today. What beautiful styles they have. Beautiful words. What beautiful words, right? I said, what does it take for this to happen? It takes an organization like Toronto Council Fire to support it. Toronto Council Fire supported these boys going to powwows. Toronto Council Fire supported these boys going to fast. Toronto Council Fire supported these boys going to Sundance. And that's what it's about, is that support from your agencies and from your community. So we have to thank Toronto Council Fire for all that support, for making this happen today. All of this beautiful stuff for the past 4 days. Right? And thank you, Toronto Council Fire, for helping my boys become the men that they become. So thank you, Toronto Council Fire. We're going to sing the American Indian Movement song. It's a song of unity, guys. It's a song of coming together. Thank you, guys. Another round of applause for our dancers. Another round of applause for our drum. Thank you, guys, for being such a good audience. That's it for today, guys. I'm going to pass it over to Gordon and Ava now.
Let's hear it again for All Nations drummers and the dancers. Aren't these young people amazing? You know, over the last few days, we've had a lot of young people up here, performers. We had these guys that just, you know, the residential schools was all about taking our kids and killing the Indian and the child. As I said at the Spirit Garden this morning, they couldn't do it. Our kids behind us coming up are smarter, they're stronger, they're more aggressive, they're more knowledgeable, and they're going to get things done. My heart just soars because our young people are so smart these days. And they can speak from the heart, and they know who they are. They're all, you know, Indigenous people, First Nations people, and they're so proud. Last night we had a couple of performers here who were songwriters, and they're writing their own songs, you know, from the heart and from the experience and from the stories that their grandparents and their ancestors have passed on to them. So I think we're in good shape with the I'm an old leader now, as is Gord. And I think that we've done our part in carving the path so that those young people following us will continue the work that we've started, and we'll keep at it until we achieve justice for the First Peoples of this land. So thank you all for being here. It's so wonderful to see such a big crowd. So we're going to transition. We have another group coming up. We're celebrating with music and dance this afternoon. We're going to have the old mush singers come up. We're just transitioning our stage here for a few minutes, and I'll be back to give them a good introduction just when we get ready to go. So stand up, take a stretch, but don't go too far.
The seasons roll and so does your body. You hold me, 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 you hold me. Everything will remain the same. It's okay, baby. 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 And the only thing that seemed to change was the day.
Calling out, calling in, you're not fooling me. Tethered to the kinship of disassociated zeros and ones. Shining your crown of neoliberal likes. Yelling the loudest in the empty room. Gathering followers like berries. Feeding fish to insecurity. Sliding into reckless moment after reckless moment. We witness. Too many holes in your hide. The broken skin of a canoe. The brightening of a mind. Tracks leading nowhere. At the beach, we build a fire. Sit in our own silence. Peel off blue light. Lie back on frozen waves. Breathe in sharp air. Warm into each other. Careful moment after careful moment.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, children and adults, and everyone else that's here. We're going to get back this afternoon again, and we're going to get started. And the people that we have here this afternoon are called the Old Mush Singers from Six Nations. And the Old Mush Singers are part of a national singing society. They sing on both sides of that imaginary border that has been created. And so they take their music to all sides. In the language, they say, "Oh, jiga gahayo." Well, they'll tell you what that is in a minute. So it just translates into "Oh, Mush." They carry on the traditions in the ceremonies for the work that they do. So I'll just tell you a little bit of difference first, because what we've experienced to this point have been mostly and the Schnabek singers and drummers. They use the big drum as a part of a big drum society that they utilize, and so these Womash singers now will be using rattles, and I think they have a water drum as well, but it's a different sound. All of our songs a little bit different. The purpose of our songs are all the same. We just do them a little bit differently. And so the Old Mush Singers, and I'll let the lead take over now, and they tell you who they are, and we'll get you going, okay?
Good afternoon. So we're Ojikwaganyo, Old Mush Singers, as he explained. So just a little bit of history of where that name comes from. One thing is there have been times where our name has been confused with the Mush Hole, which is the residential school in Brantford near Six Nations. We are not the Mush Hole Singers. We're Old Mush. So when we use that word, Ojikwaganyo, it has a particular meaning. So we have a lot of ceremonies, we have sports, things that we do where we'll divide it, because there's usually a lot of people involved. And normally what we would do is we'll divide them by clan. So in our longhouses, we have clans that sit together. So those clans will participate and face off against each other, either in ceremony or in sport. But sometimes we'll be doing the ceremony and it's very lopsided, the numbers. So we'll switch. And what we'll do is we'll, particularly because a lot of the sports is men, it'll be Old Mush versus Young Mush. So if you think about the imagery of Old Mush and Young Mush, so that's one of the things that Haudenosaunee people did a lot, was make mush. So you think about mush that's been cooked. It's freshly cooked. So it's smooth, it's hot, there's no lumps in it. It's very tasty. It's very enticing. All right, that's young men. Now think about old mush. So day-old mush, maybe it's a couple days old, 3 days old. It's kind of dried out. It's crusty. There's lumps in it. That's men who have children. So that's how we will divide, is old mush versus young mush. So sometimes we will have 20-year-old men on the old mush side, and we'll have 40-year-old men on the young mush side. Now it's just about whether you have children or not. But that's how we divide it, old mush versus young mush. As I understand it, I've heard a couple of different stories, but one of the stories is when someone first asked the original group of men, what's the name of your group? My father cracked a joke saying, Old Mush. Because they were all older men. The majority of them had children. And that wasn't meant to be the name, but it just kind of stuck because everybody just kept saying, well, they're Old Mush because that's what they presented. So for the better part of almost 30 years, we go by Ojikwaganyo, Old Mush Singers. So we are a singing society. We come from Six Nations of the Grand River Territory. So us as a group are a singing society, and we're part of a larger singing society that goes across Haudenosaunee country. So that's our communities that are in Quebec, New York State, here in Ontario, Oklahoma. Some of our people were taken to Oklahoma, and we haven't had any groups coming from this area yet, but out towards Calgary. And we have had a group from Oneida, Wisconsin, which is another part of our people who were displaced and taken out that way. So our societies cover all that territory. So when we get together to sing, whether it's as that larger society or if it's just a local social or a local singing event like we're doing today, typically what we do is we start with a song called Gadatrot, Standing Quiver Dance. So a standing quiver dance, the story I was told about it is in the old days, so this is, whenever you hear me say the old days, I'm talking about before roads, buildings, cars, all of those things. Back then, you walked everywhere. So it was kind of dangerous to go solo or in a small group anywhere, even to the bush, to the edge of the woods. But what they would do is they would have a reason to go, to hunt. to go visit another community to help them out, something like that. So they would choose a leader, and that leader would choose someone that he trusted to be like his second. And what they would do is they go to wherever they had an open space. A lot of times they do a community ceremony or a community social. And they would stand their quivers together. And the lead would start singing the song, and his second would call back. And that was sort of like an invitation to anyone who wanted to go on this trip. So men would go, and they would stand their quivers with the lead quivers, and then they would join the dance. And once it was done, however many songs that lead singer sang, however many quivers were there, that was generally who all was going to go on this trip. So they would gather up those quivers. Usually men had men who were skilled as archers. They would have several quivers of arrows, 2, 3, 4 sometimes. So those quivers would stay with one family. And when they came back, those quivers would get taken out and stood in that spot again. And they would do that song, and when it was done, all the men would go and take their quivers back. But occasionally, there'd be 1 or 2 quivers that did get picked up. That was a signal to the rest of the community that the men who owned those quivers didn't come home. So that could mean that something happened to them along the way. They passed away. They found something that interested them, so they stayed where they were at. And that could be anything. They liked the community. They got married. They found a woman there, and that was not considered a big issue for where men were concerned, because Haudenosaunees are a matrilineal society. So the longhouses in our communities were owned by the women in that bloodline. So when a man got married, he went to live with his wife in her longhouse. So if that was the case, he found someone that he wanted to spend his life with, it made sense that he would stay in their community. So it doesn't mean that it was a bad thing if this quiver didn't get picked up. It was just there was a story that needed to be told about why he's not there. So the first set of songs we're going to do for all of you is Standing Quiver Dance. Ready? Yo yo, yo yo, yo yo, yo yo, yo yo, yo yo. Ha hey, 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 ha Hawe, 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 hawe. We ha, we ha, we ha, we ha, we ha, we ha, ha ye ha, we ha, ha we ha, we ha, ha ye ha, we ha, we ha, we ha, go ya ha we ha. We ha, ha ye ha, we ha, ha ye ha, we ha, ha we ha, we ha, ha ye ha, we ha, we ha, we ha, we ha, we ha, go ya ha we ha, we ha, ha ye ha, we ha, ha ye ha, we ha, we ha, we ha. Goya hodena, ya hodena, 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 ya hey ya hey, ya hey ya hey, ya ya hodena, ya hodena, goya hodena, ya hodena, goya hodena, ya hodena, goya hodena, ya hodena, goya hodena, ya hodena, ya hey ya hey, ya hey ya hey, ya ya hodena, ya hodena, goya hodena, ya hodena, goya hodena, ya hodena, goya hodena, ya hodena, goya hodena, ya hodena. When your hand, when your hand, when your hand, when your Okwali,
Jose,
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 Hari Sakova,
Hoji Kogayo,
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 Hot Kyote, Hot Kyote, Hot Kyote, Hari Sakova,
Hoji Kogayo,
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 Hot Kyote, Hot Kyote, Hot Kyote, Hari Sakova,
Hoji Kogayo,
Hari Sakova,
Hoji Kogayo,
Hari Sakova,
Hoji Kogayo,
Hari Sakova,
Hoji Kogayo.
Neto.
Yeah.
So a little bit more about that song, or a set of songs. When we say song, we actually mean a long set of songs, short songs like that. And most of those songs depend on the lead singer, how many songs he knows. So I just gave you like a short set. Sometimes we go 10, 15, 20 minutes singing that song. So if you can imagine it, because the way we dance this song is we're all standing in a line, facing each other. The first song, typically it's just the men who dance and sing. And then at the start of the second song, women will come in and they'll dance in between the men. So that's man, woman, man, woman, man, woman. And anyone can do the callbacks, usually the males. But typically it's mostly the males who are near the front of the line where the lead singer is. So at a social, you'll see maybe 20 people, 30 people, 50 people, 100 people. But we have a gathering that we do twice a year called the Sing, where singing societies like us come together and we share songs. I'll talk a little bit about that later on, what those songs are and what they mean. So our group, this is generally who usually shows up when we go to sing, but we do have a larger roster of men. And we have, I believe it's 16 specific Haudenosaunee communities who tend to go to this sing. So they'll, not just the singers, but they'll bring their families. And usually there's a male group and there's a female group. Some have several of each. So there'll be hundreds of people at this gathering. So there'll be like hundreds of people in this long line singing it. I remember once we had hosted, we had help from other groups, hosted it back on Six Nations. In the building that we had, it was a large building. And there were so many people, so spread out, that wherever the lead singer was, half the people dancing couldn't hear him on the other side of the building. So a singer from another community, he couldn't hear, so he started singing Gadatrot. So we actually had two different Gadatrot songs going in a circle in this building, and they never once crossed each other. So depending on where you were in line dancing, you were here listening to one or the other singers leading that song. And that's something that we can do, depending on the people, depending on the personnel, and depending on what's going on. So typically at a social, and I'll mention this now, the songs that we're going to sing on stage are either social songs or show songs. Most of our singers have participated in and sing ceremonial songs, but we don't do those songs in public. And we're very specific about where and when our ceremonial songs are sung. So you'll never hear us on stage do a ceremonial song. What these are is called earth songs. So as our understanding it is, a ceremonial song, it comes to us in a dream or something like that, and that was given from spirits or the creator. But when we sing a social song, it's an earth song because we created it here on earth, us as human beings. So, having said that, sometimes what will happen is we'll make our own songs. A lot of the songs that we sing, we don't know how old they are because it's just, we sing them all the time. We pass them down. But a few of the songs are new songs. So the last song that we sang in that set of Gadatrot is a song specifically made by the Old Mush singers. So if you listen to the callback, it's our name, Oji Kwaganyo. Oji Kwaganyo, right? Said in that cadence, in that pattern. How that song came about, because our group has been singing together for a long time. Our practices aren't always practices. Sometimes we just sit around and we talk. And there's, sometimes it's an intense discussion, sometimes it's an easy discussion, sometimes we're just sitting looking at each other. So this one practice, one of our guys asked, how would you say handsome man or handsome men? And Hubert, this is Hubert here, he knew the word for it, hadiksa goa. Right? So that meant a good-looking man. So there were a few of us sitting around, and it turned into this call and response, which is what a Gadatrot is. So he'd start singing hadiksa goa, and I don't remember exactly who it was, but someone responded back to him, Oji Kwaganyo. So I'm typically the lead singer when we do Gadatrot. So as I was learning, I started taking over the lead. And if you noticed in all of our songs, there was a part where I would go higher and there might be a bit of a different callback. So that's in when we're dancing, we turn towards the center. So when we were fooling around with that song, when it came time to do that part, I started singing out, Hutkionte, Hutkionte, Hutkionte. Hutkionte isn't an actual word. It's more of an emotive expression. And what it means is like, wow. Holy, that's something. That's kind of what it means. So what we're singing is, look at those handsome men, the Old Mush singers. Wow. That's what we were singing. And we were just fooling around with it. But not too long after that, Six Nations powwow, at that time we were still doing smoke dance as part of the powwow. But what a lot of people don't know is smoke dance is actually rain dance. And for quite a number of years, we started getting rained out because we were doing smoke dance. We stopped doing smoke dance, we weren't getting rained out. So we got rained out at this one, so coming up to the supper break, there was a youth group in the community who wanted to do a social for the supper break. But they didn't have any money, so they weren't hiring singers. They were just asking if there were any singers who would come out. So I went. My brother went, a few other people went, some singers from other places, we showed up, and we did the singing for the social. But I was the only one who could sing Gadatrot. So I led it. My brother was behind me, so he knew my callbacks. So there was an older man who used to be an Old Mush singer. He'd kind of gotten older, so he was easing back. But he was there, and he had agreed to do like the announcing in the language. So he walked to the cane, so he was sitting, his cane in front of him like this. And when I come around that one corner, I started singing that song. Hadiksa gowa, Oji Kwaganyo. And I knew I actually sang with him for a short time before he stepped back. And all of a sudden, one eyebrow came up, and he opened his eye, and he was looking at me as I come around. Come around again, and he was looking at me. This time, he was fully looking at me, and I thought, oh, I'm in trouble, singing this song. And once I got close to him, he got this big, broad smile and just pointed at me, just goes, like that. And I kind of took that as, okay, we can do this song in public. So that's become part of our repertoire when we do Gadatro. And for me, that's my signal to my guys that I'm singing the last song, is singing, because that's always the song that we close with. So what else that we do in a social is, so we call that the warm-up song. It gets people warmed up, because typically this is right after supper. Either the supper's being put on there or they're coming from supper. So we do that Gadatro just to get people's circulation going, get them up and moving again. And then we start doing our faster songs. So usually the second song that we do is Old Moccasin Dance. So that's a two-stepper. So men will get up in pairs and they'll start dancing to the first song. And then usually by the second song, women start getting up in pairs and they pair off with pairs of men. So it becomes a male-female pairing. And sometimes they'll dance facing each other, or they'll still stay forward. Halfway through the song, there's that switch again, and they'll switch places. So we're going to do a few sets of, or a few songs of Old Moccasin Dance. Okay, so that was old moccasin dance. So there's a story about how we got that dance. I'm going to tell it real quick. It's a much longer story, but I'm going to give you the 50-cent version. So we had a lot of people who were travelers. Like I said, back in the old days, you had to kind of gauge, especially if you're going to travel by yourself, whether you're going to make it home or not before winter sets in. Our original homelands are the Mohawk Valley, New York State, and they can get some pretty harsh winters. So this one individual had traveled out and had reached the point where he knew he was not going to make it home before winter, so he had to find some place to stay. Part of the reasons why we have a clan system is so that you have family wherever you go, same clan or a related clan. So he found this village and went in, announced himself, and he was taken to his clan family's longhouse. We lived in these big longhouses. But this clan in this community was large. They had a lot of people, so they didn't have a lot of space for him. At that time, the longhouses they were building had storage areas built at either end. So there was the entrance, walked into the storage before you walked into the living area. And the only space that they had for him was in one of those storage areas. And typically that's where we would put our garbage before we were going to do something with it. And this particular pile of garbage was old moccasins. Moccasins that had been worn out through this heel, got dried out, something like that. And there were uses that they had for that material. So they said, this is the best we can give you is you can sleep here. And he was grateful for it because he was out of the elements. So every night he would go to sleep, but he would start hearing this song. So he'd try to find the song. Eventually he found where the songs were coming from. And he saw there were people gathered there. So there were people sitting on a bench singing and people dancing around it. And eventually, in his dream, someone saw him. So they invited him over. First he learned how to dance. So they were teaching him how to dance. So a few nights of that. Then a few more nights later, they said, well, why don't you sit on the bench? So he started learning the songs. So he got good at the dance and he got good at the songs. So the person who was guiding him told him that this is the last time that we're going to bring you into this dream. Reason why we did this is so that you would have something to give those people who put you up for the winter. So he was grateful for that they had given him something that he could give back to those people who helped him. So just before he woke up, he turned and he looked at the person that was guiding him around and said, what do I tell him it's called? And the person pointed past him towards the bed of old moccasins. He said, old moccasin dance. So that's something that my dad had said, is that so when we do this, it's for fun and all that, but it's also a reminder to be thankful. And speaking of being thankful, I don't know if any of you had heard through the grapevine, but there was someone who had a pretty bad fall yesterday. That was me. So there were the paramedics that come to help. There were a lot of the residential school survivors came to help and came to check on me. Had a practitioner, a friend of mine who worked to help me out a little bit as well. I just wanted to say thank you, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to go around to thank everybody before the end of this day. So thank you to all of you, Yamagoa. But also do it publicly so everybody knows that they looked after me. Right? So being grateful. The next thing I want to do is, well, we're going to introduce the next song that we're going to do. So in our repertoire of social dance songs, we have a lot of songs that we call borrowed songs. We learned it from other people. Either we were out in their territory for quite a while or for some time, so we learned it. Or they were here, taught it to a few of our people, spread out, and it became part of our social dance repertoire. And what we do is we don't sing it as those people sang it for us. What we say is we fix them. We fix them so that they sound more like Haudenosaunee style singing and dancing. So the next one we're going to do is one of those songs, and that will be... What are you going to lead? What are you going to lead? Round dance? So what we're going to do is our version of round dance. So if you come from Indigenous circles, you've probably heard round dance singing, sometimes on a big drum, usually with hand drums. This is the Haudenosaunee version of a round dance. So it came from a particular area, and I don't exactly know where that area is, but some of you who may be from that area or know those people's songs, you may hear some of the songs that we sing that are very similar to that. But you'll hear the difference in how it was sung from there versus how we sing it now. So we're going to do a few of those for you. Yes. So that is the Haudenosaunee version of round dance. So I don't know if you caught it, but there was a couple times in there where one or two singers started singing a different song. That's what we like to call a mistake. And with us, with social songs, we expect mistakes, right? Whether it's with the singers, whether it's with the dancers, or something goes a bit awry, something goes a bit askew. It's part of that social setting. There were times in my growing up when I was younger where you would have someone who would complain or they would admonish the crowd because you're not doing it right. What I learned as I got older is that there really isn't a right way to do things. There's a general way that we do things, but there's always going to be some variation. And if you make a mistake, especially because it's a social setting, mistakes are okay. You might get a lot of people laughing at you. That's also okay. Because, people say, we're not laughing at you, we're laughing with you. No, we're laughing at you. But that's part of it. No, it's okay to be laughed at, so long as it's not done in a malicious, mean way. It adds to the environment and the setting. So we made a couple of mistakes in that song. You're probably going to hear a few more mistakes as we go along, but that's all okay. So I don't know what we're going to do next. What we'll do next is another song. Not right now. Okay. So what we'll do is we're going to do another borrowed dance. So there's a number of dances that we have where the name might sound a bit odd coming from us, because where would that come from? So one of those songs is called Alligator Dance. There are no alligators in Southern Ontario and New York State. So how would the Haudenosaunee have an alligator dance? Well, about 70 years ago, during a political thing that was going on in Six Nations, they had retaken the council house. The traditional people had retaken the band council house. Held it for a short time, and eventually they called in the RCMP. So some people got arrested, others got away, and they ran to communities where they could hide. And there were national, international warrants for quite a number of these people. So there was a small group that ended up in Florida amongst the Seminoles. My grandfather and my uncle, they were a part of that group, and they were down there for about 2 years. Eventually, the arrest warrants were cleared. There were no more warrants for them, so they were able to come home. But in the time that they had been down there, they learned this thing called an alligator dance. So they brought it with them, and it's become part of our repertoire. So we're going to do a few songs of that. Yeah, we'll do that. You want to lead it?
I can remember.
Yeah.
Oh, yane, oh, yane, oh, yane.
So if you notice, there was a little bit of a different way that we did that song. The rest of the songs that we did, there was an end to the stop to each of those songs, and then we started another song. With that one, it was one continuous beat. Right? We switched songs in there, but it was one continuous beat. That's how it's sung, and that's how it's danced. So when we do Alligator dance, how the dances will be set up is it's a man and a woman arm in arm, and the man is on the inside, and we go counterclockwise when we dance. So they'll dance. Those lyrics will be sung, and then you hear that part where we do that long note. That's when the lead dancer takes over. So when I was going, yo-ho, that's the lead dancer singing. And then all the responses back are the rest of the dancers responding back to him. So what they're doing is they're giving the lead to each other, the lead singer and then the lead dancer. And when the lead singer is giving the lead to the lead dancer, what they're doing is they're going to spin in a circle. And so right wherever they happen to be, and it's one big long line, the man and woman will spin in a circle until they're facing the same direction they were again, and they continue on. So I've seen it done different ways in different communities. Some it's just a nice easy turn. Some I've actually seen where the man and the woman will brace their arms together tightly. The woman will come off her feet and the man will swing her. Right? And then once they get back in place, feet go back down and they continue dancing. From when I was a kid, what I was told is that spin, if you ever looked at an alligator, and especially when it's trying to get away or it's trying to catch something off guard, they do that quick spin. That's what that's supposed to mimic, is an alligator doing that spin. And so that's alligator dance for us. It's kind of a ruckus dance because usually they're packed in pretty tight, these two people lined up all behind each other. And then suddenly you're asking all those people to spin. So they have to give each other space. I remember once dancing, me and my partner, we were like maybe 20 or 30 people behind the line, behind the lead dancers. By the time the dance was done, we were the fourth pair behind the lead dancers because we kept hopping in front of dancers ahead of us. We'd spin out and then we'd come back into the line ahead of the other dancers. Technically, you're not supposed to do that, but social, we're having fun. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to close out with what we call Eskanye Gainase. So that's new women shuffle dance songs. There's a reason why it's called the new women shuffle dance songs. As you might guess, there are old women shuffle dance songs. So these are old ceremonial songs. We have a few versions of our old women shuffle dance songs, and it's not about the age. It's about how old those dances and songs are. And those are very specific songs. They're usually sung in a specific order. They're part of our public ceremonies. A lot of times it's sung when we do another one called feather dance. But the reason why we came up with this new set of songs is the creation of singing societies. Old mush singers, we're a singing society. So what the purpose of a singing society is what we call gandao, which translates to compassion. So part of our main job isn't singing. Our main job is giving compassion to people in our community who have had a calamity, something's not going right with them. An older person who can't cut their, used to be able to be cut their own wood, get their own food, or a family lost their house, we would help with supplies and things like that. We would bring people food, things like that. That's the old style of what a society is. They show compassion. Nowadays, what we do is we raise funds. So, we're paid to be here today. Most shows that we do, we're paid to do it, but we're not paid. The individual singers If it's a place that we have to travel to, then the drivers, they'll be supported with money. So pay for gas, pay for parking, pay for tolls. But the majority of our money goes into what's called a benevolence fund. So a lot of times when we get together for practice, most of the things that we're doing is we're just talking. And we're talking about different people that are part of our larger circle who need some support. So we'll decide that we'll send them some money, then we decide how much money we're going to give them, and then we send our treasurers out. So that's Hubert and that's Steve here. We send them out to deliver that money. And we don't make a big deal out of it. So we don't make a big announcement. We don't go to whatever the event is and say, we're here to give this money. We're there as part of the crowd. Like at a funeral, go to pay our respects, show our condolence, and then somewhere during it, they'll just hand them an envelope and say, "This is from Old Mush Singers, just to help," and then they leave. Because that Gandao is not about our egos. That Gandao is about us being in a place where we can help our community, so we do that. Right? So the original people who got this started was women, and typically because we're matrilineal, it would happen at what's called a sewing bee. So these women would get together to make a quilt or a blanket or something like that, and they'd be talking, and they'd go home and tell their husbands who aren't in their bloodline. So it's men from different longhouses, different communities, and then they'd send their man to go do the work. A lot of times what happened is those men would end up together at the same place, so they'd work as a team. And eventually it got to a point where they would say, well, "You're going to hear it anyway, so you might as well come with me." So the women would be there sewing, making these blankets and quilts, and the men, unrelated men, just sort of sitting there looking at each other. So they started singing. So they would sing while they were waiting for their partner to finish what they were doing, and then sometimes they'd just go from there to go do the work. And that became singing societies. So when they decided to, a number of singing societies had grown in different communities. When they decided that they were going to come together as support for each other and to report to each other what they've done to help the community. And if they need more help, they'll ask the other societies for that help. They would do this gathering called the Sing. And actually nowadays, most of our people actually don't know that this is the purpose of the Sing, is for those singing societies to come together to talk. Usually happens at the supper break in a private room where nobody sees it. But during the first part of the day, what the men will do is sing. Oh, and nowadays it's a lot of women groups too. We make 7 brand new women's shuffle dance songs, and we take that to the Sing and we share it. And that's what we're told is, once we sing a song in public, it ain't our song anymore. It belongs to everybody. We'll share our set. Every group will share their set. Everybody will have supper, and then they'll do a social. All of these things. So that's why I say hundreds of people, because they're coming from all of our communities. And how we know where the next one is going to be hosted is whoever leads the Gadatrot, that very first dance, whatever singing society is leading that dance, that's the community that the next sing is going to be at. So we're going to sing you a set of Eskanye Gainase songs. Some of them are songs that are very, very old. We don't know how old they are. Some of them are songs that our group made as part of that making of brand new songs. Alrighty? So that is our time. We are Ojikwaganyo Old Mush Singers. So this is not our full roster. We have a lot more guys that come out sometimes. But today, who came out? Shoni General, Steve Longboat, Lance Logan Key, Kelly Jonathan, Hubert Buck, Donnie Retzer. Yo, man.
Didn't that music make you want to round dance? I said, didn't that music make them want to round dance? Oh. Thank you so much to the Old Mush Singers, a good Haudenosaunee group from 6 Nations of the Grand River. Okay, you guys, we're going to bring the All Nations drum back, so you want to see some hoop dancing, head to the main stage. We'll just take a minute to transition again.
Dying high in the sky, and I listen to the call of the moose, and she lays down to die. Don't you know, you gotta let him be. Don't you know, can't you see? And I listen to the man of the law, I listen to his way, and I listen to the crack of a gun, and I'm the one that had to pay. And I listen to the old Ojibwe chant and to the drumming of the Cree. And I listen to the cry of the people dying of mercury. Don't you know, we gotta let him be. Don't you know, can't you see? Don't you know, we gotta let him be, let him be.
Nimki, or a little more? Or?
I listen to a whippoorwill, the crickets are all in tune. And I listen to a dying tree and to the whistling of a loon. And I listen to a howling wolf echo throughout the night. And I listen to a bark of a seal, and he's just a buddy sight. Don't you know, you gotta let him be. Don't you know, can't you see? Don't you know, you gotta let him be. Don't you know, can't you see?
Okay, folks. Grab your seat and hang on to your hats. Our next performance is a hoop dancer, another young man. These young people, I tell you, they're making me so proud. And he's going to do hoop dance, he's going to sing, and he's also going to talk to you. His name is Nimki Nini Thunderman Aswamik. He's an Adawa Potawatomi artist from Wikwemekong on ceded territory on Manitoulin Island. He's a proud member of the Wolf Clan. With a passion for dance, ignited at the age of 3, Nimki grew up immersed in the powwow trail. He is a renowned singer, hoop dancer, and champion powwow dancer, having traveled across North America to share his artistic gifts. He is also a Juno-nominated performer, with his album available on Spotify under the name Nimki and the Ninnis. Nimki aims to empower his audience through his unique style of song and dance. Let's hear it for Nimki.
Bonjour. Bonjour, Nimki Nandishnakas, Makwando Dam, Wikwem Kong Sing Donjaba, Nishnaba, Ninian Dao. How are my people doing today? See a lot of beautiful faces. Ahoo. Just want to say I'm so happy to be here to be a part of, our ancestors' legacy as Anishinaabe people. We're all here today for, a very important cause and bringing that awareness. And, I too have also been affected by residential school, and I am, trying to do the work the best that I can to regain my language, my Anishinaabe language. And I'm learning our language through song and dance. And so I've started this journey into, bringing healing to the people and with my music and also with myself. And so I'm just going to share some of my music. And like she was saying, we got nominated for Juno. And just taking over those mainstream spaces. Miigwech. So I just wanted to share a new song with you all. A song that I, named after my Nitais, my cousin, who is, has also been affected, and many of our brothers and sisters out there on the streets to this day. And so I created a song for them and to bring healing to them, because those are the ones, have suffered the most, and they're still suffering. And, it's hard out there without each other. So I just want to promote kindness and love. And I just want to share with you some new music, and I hope you enjoy it. Miigwech. So just want to say that this has been a very beautiful journey. I've learned so much through singing. I'm healing, through my music, and music is so important, a part of our lives as Anishinaabe people and people around the world. And that's one thing that keeps us all that's one thing that we all have in common, is that drum. And without, music, we wouldn't have dance. And so it's very important that they complement each other, and that's, a part of our spirituality as human beings. And I like to remember and to remind people that, that we're all a part of this cycle of life. And I don't see, different races. I see, one race, and that is the human race. And we need to learn our part in this circle. Through this dance. So I just want to talk a little bit about the hoop dancing before we jump into it. And it's the cycle of life that I was taught. It was also a healing dance. It originated in a time of healing for our people. A lot of sicknesses were coming in and affecting many of our relatives. And so when this hoop passes, through your body, it's like you're collecting all that energy, and, and we're giving it back to the universe. And that's one thing that one of the greatest things that you can offer somebody is your time and energy, especially in today's world, because we're so busy. We're always driving and on to the next thing. And hoop dancing has really taught me about balance and balancing our lifestyle. And I like to remind, even doing too much good, too much working or too much exercise, even though it's good for you, but it also could do some damage. And so I wanted to, remind our brothers and sisters here that we're a part of this cycle of life. And through this, in this dance, when these hoops are laid out, it's kind of like the mapping of our life. And every time that you get a hoop, you pick up a hoop, you're getting stronger. Maybe a year has passed. Maybe you've gained a friend, or you're getting older. And this story, it also talks about is how we're all the link in the chain. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the four, great nations. I like to call them the original United Nations. And that is all around us every day. We're all these nations, we're part of this link in the chain. Without one of each other, we would fall apart. And this dance also talks about is transforming. We're transforming and ascending, we're a very adaptive people. A part of our teachings, we have Nana Bush, and he was a shapeshifter, a trickster, and he would shapeshift. And so and I like to remind our brothers and sisters, that are here today in support. And I like to remind that we're all the same. We all start from somewhere, whether it's a seed or an egg. This was one of the nations that have been around here for a long time, and that's the Winged Nation. Just like the birds, they start from a seed or an egg, they hatch. Just like we do as little, infants, we have to learn how to crawl before we can walk and spread our wings in life. So we give thanks to the Winged Nation. They're also around since, the beginning of time, and they helped the Creator plant those seeds around the world, carried those seeds. Some of you have heard our creation story, and that's one thing that our people, have held on to orally through the hardest times of our history as Anishinaabe and all the nations here on Turtle Island. The next nation is the four-legged nation. We give thanks to all those hoofed animals out there, the buffaloes, the caribou. We give thanks to even those little mice, those little critters that, they're in our homes. I like to, give them a little shout out. And they're all a part of this system, this ecosystem. In our language, their name, it translates to those seed carriers. And they all have a part of, their work in this world. And those little mice, when they get eaten, this is something I learned, I'll share with you today. Something I learned was those little mice, when they get eaten by those snakes and they get digested and all that happens and nature takes its course, it's those seeds, they get germified, so they have, a 90% more success rate, which is, amazing when I found that out and finding out, their purpose, and they're not just little rodents chewing through our storage. But they all have a purpose. Just like everybody here today, you all have a purpose here on Mother Earth. And we all come here to this world to figure out, what it is we're meant to do here. This next nation, it's almost like the Winged Nation, but it's the insect nation. The insects, all have a spirit. That's the way that our, people see things, that we live, like everything is living and non-living. And so we give thanks to those little flies out there. We give thanks to all those insects, even those little ants, be crawling around in our homes. spiders. They all play a part in this ecosystem. And I would like to give thanks to them today. And one thing that I love about the insects is that they don't rely on money or currency. They're still doing the original work that Kajemado, the Great Spirit, our Creator, has intended for us. And so we're very thankful for that. And the last nation is the greatest nation of them all, and that is the plant nation. This is when we put everything together, we create something beautiful. This is our home here. And I like to, remind our brothers and sisters out there that, this is our true number one home. And this is what we also, in our language, we say, shkakamekwe, and that is to she who provides. This is our Mother Earth, and she provides everything that we need, and we are all Mother Earth's children. Human beings, insects, winged life, plant life, water life. We're all the Mother Earth's children, and we need to learn how to be in this world with one another and remind. So I just want to remind people of that and to be grateful for this life and that we're given here. Even though, we've been through a lot, we must still keep pushing through and helping each other. With that, I just want to share the hoop dance, my version of the hoop dance. I hope you all enjoy, and if we have some time at the end, I would like to invite somebody to possibly come up, but we'll see what happens. All right. How's everyone doing? You guys good? Woo! Hi-cha. All right. So we got all nations here, the young brothers and one sister. They're going to be jamming out, and some Trimigwech, thankful for them for sharing their awesome tunes with us all week. But yeah, this is the hoop dance, and Miigwech for coming out. So yeah, miigwech everybody. I think we're going to, not sure we have the time to do a little bit of dancing, but if you liked any of the music that you heard here today, some of my music, it goes under Nimki and the Ninnies, and you can check us out on Spotify and show some love and support. And so miigwech, Gazagan, I love you all. And I think we're going to introduce the next. All right, miigwech.
So I'm Jonathan Moore. Jonathan Moore is coming out next. He's from Treaty 6 area in Alberta. He now resides in this area, so he's one of our guys now in this territory. He's danced quite a few places. He's a tap dancer as well. He's had a Dora Award nominee, and he's also he's been involved in co-production and co-directing rhythm and sound dances. And so he's had a lot of experience in the field. He's been able to do a lot of things with the Toronto Jazz Festival and other areas. And so I'm going to ask Jonathan Moore to come on now.
We'll see how my body feels.
I'll leave a water over here for you.
Tanse, how is everyone doing today? Tanse, Nawagamaganak, Equanito Temotik, Kita Timiska Tinawao, Gisigu Kapetako Sit Nitsigasan, Flying Dutch Reserve First Nation, Otinia. My name is Jonathan Morin. I come from Flying Dutch Reserve First Nation in Saskatchewan. I greet you with my whole heart. I'm very happy to be here to share my talents with friends and family. I'm really thankful to be on this stage to share a little bit about who I am, a little bit about where I come from. I grew up in foster care. I was taken from my family when I was 5 years old. And I was in and out from foster care from 5 till around 12, bouncing from home to home. And within all that, of course, I got none of my culture given to me. I got it taken away from me. And I was very far away from any reserve. But the one thing that I was given as a gift is dance. And my foster family put me in tap dance. And it helped me find my way as a male, as a Nehiao Napeo, yeah, a Cree man, and it's taught me how to be a good man. It's taught me responsibility. It's taught me how to be on time. It's taught me how to make friends. It's taught me how to make enemies. It's taught me how to stand up for who and what I believe in. And I moved here to Takaranto about 13 years ago in search of to better myself, to further my career. And what I didn't expect was to meet a lot of family and to meet a lot of friends. I've been very fortunate to meet instrumental people in my life that have helped me find myself. I was very lucky in the last 2 years. I was very lucky to be funded an opportunity to basically reclaim who I am, to go back home, to visit my heritage, my family, and it was all documented. And it was made into a big documentary and blah, 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 blah. long story short, the most important thing is not the documentary. It's the gift that it was given to me was my language. I was given the gift of my language back. I was given the opportunity to learn it, to find it. Yeah? I was given the opportunity to find culture and tradition. And the most important thing was that I found ceremony and I found family through the language. I'm really lucky that I found a language family and a knowledge keeper that I've been able to dig in and learn who I am through the language and through the culture. And so I'm going to say Kinanaskomitin Lloyd Martin. He's the knowledge keeper and the language keeper that I'm studying with. We do Zoom lessons 3 days a week. This last May, I went back home. We went to Jasper, and I fasted for my name. I fasted 4 days in the middle of Jasper. If anyone knows anything about Jasper, there's a lot of bears in Jasper. So I was I was shaking. I was scared, I won't lie. But the one thing that kept me going the whole time, no food, no water, in the bush, was hearing every single night, was hearing those songs and hearing those drums and hearing the songs playing every single night while they're feasting in the teepee and they're singing songs for us. And that really helped me know that even though I'm all alone, I'm really never alone. I always have my grandfathers and my grandmothers and my ancestors with me here every single day and every single moment. So again, I'm thankful for this beautiful day. Yeah. In Cree, we don't have a word for daylight. We say gisiga, which means illumination of the sacred spirit. So I'm very thankful for the sacred spirit that is illuminating us today. And without further ado, I'm going to show you a little bit of what I do as a tap dancer, and then we'll see where we go from there. Yeah, but yeah, let me shuffle my feet and show you what I do. Yeah. So yeah, that's just kind of a taste of what I do. Tap dance, the history of tap dance is very, what's the word? A lot of people argue about it. Yeah? I'm falling apart over here about that. A lot of people argue about the history of where tap dance comes from, who made it, who owns it. A lot of people believe that tap dance originates from New Orleans. Jazz music traditionally comes from New Orleans. So they say colonially that it's American. It's an American art form. It's native to Turtle Island. This land gifted us this music, and this land gifted us this dance. And this is a gift that we all get. It's all about representing it in a good way and doing it in a good way. And that's how we don't appropriate. We do things in a good way, from a good place, with a good heart, and we share truth. Tabwewin, that's what we call it in Cree. Yeah, that's the truth. As long as we do it with truth, with a good heart and good intentions, then isn't that the whole point of why we play music and why we dance and why we sing and we pray? Yeah. So I just want to share one more teaching, I guess. In Cree, the word for pray is gagisimo. Yeah? That word means perpetually dancing with the universe. Yeah? It's the same thing when we say we pray, we're dancing. And when we dance, we're praying. And when we're singing, we're praying. It's all the same thing. So when I'm up here, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to dance for my ancestors that are no longer here, and the ancestors that got their life taken away from them, got their culture taken away from them. I dance for them every single time I lace up my shoes. I dance for them every time I put on my regalia. And I dance for my children that I'm going to have. I dance for their children. And the most important thing I think that I want to leave you all with is if you can do one thing, it's reclaim your language. Find your language. Dig into the language. The colonizers will never be able to give us back our language. We have to take it back for us. We need to do that. That's our responsibility. As Indigenous people, it's our language to take back. Yeah? So, day by day, step by step, don't let yourself get in your own way. Yeah? There's a lot of excuses and cop-outs. And I will say it's hard. It's not easy to reclaim your identity and your language. It's going to be a lot of unpacking. And I suggest to do it with family. It's going to be a lot easier. But all of our teachings, all of our lessons, all of our ceremonies, it's all connected back to the language. So if you can at least dig in a little bit, it'll change your life. It really will. Yeah? So think about that. I'm going to give you one more little tap dance for you. I want you guys to join with me, yeah? So, we'll see how this goes. So this is called the 2 and 4. That's what you're going to do. It's clapping on 2 and 4. Everyone say 2, 4. Okay, good. So we go 1, 2. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Keep it steady. Keep going. Keep going. Don't rush. Pull. So, probably wondering, why does this guy have grass regalia on? So, as I was talking about, when we dance, we're praying. And so for me, the best way I know how to speak is what I just did. That's how I know how to express myself and how to say what I want to say. And so this form of dance is, I guess, my way of praying. And what I've been really digging into is learning how to dance to our indigenous music that we have. So round dance music, power music. I'm really interested in the rhythms that they embody and make my body do. It's natural. This is in my DNA. And so I'm really thankful to have my brother, my thunder brother, Nimki. Yeah, and I say thunder brother because we share, in Cree we call it Nikwe Mi. Yeah, it's my spirit name is Gisigu Kape Takosit. I shared that at the beginning. That's my spirit name, yeah? That means Gisiguk in the heavens, yeah, Kape Takosit, to be heard, yeah? So it's, my Cree name is Thunderbird heard in the heavens, yeah? And Nimki's name also means thunder. So that's what I mean is, it's crazy because the person that gave me my name didn't know who I was. Obviously had no idea who Nimki was. Didn't know I was a dancer. Didn't know that I made a lot of noise with my feet. Never met him before. But he knew the name. It was just, when I heard the name, I was like, it's very fitting. But with that being said, shall we? Shall we play some music together? All right.
Oh, just singing one of late Kenny Merritt, Mystic River, is a beautiful song composer, so just wanted to shout out to him. In Spirit World, so this is one of his tunes, and yeah, we're gonna have a fun time here, Johnny.
Let's go.
All right.
Woo!
Oh, Johnny. So yeah, me and my bro, we came pretty close over the few years, and thankful for this guy showing me the love for music and just jamming out and seeing what happens, you know. And we're trying something new. I'll give you a little break for a sec, but what you're seeing here is, you know, it's pretty new to the Indigenous world. Like, we always had, you know, jiggers and you know, some rhythms happening. I remember my mom doing a little step at the dances, country dances, and but this year is pretty special to see, you know, a brother dancing in his regalia and doing, you know, a modern dance. You know, this is Indigenous fusion right here at its finest, and happy to be a part of this journey here with Johnny Miigwech. Johnny's doing some good work, discovering himself, his indigeneity, you know, something that we're all yearning for. You know, we're yearning for culture, for acceptance, and just searching for a purpose. And, you know, I believe this is Johnny's purpose here, is to bring healing through, you know, a clash of two worlds coming together, you know. It's an amazing thing to see here that you're witnessing today. So, you know, it's amazing. Yeah, I don't know if you want to do a little more talking, or. All right, we could do a little, you want a crow hop, or you want a double beat? Or another straight? A little faster straight. All right. All right. Yeah, I'll sing another one of my songs. It's a grass dance tune. This is Wing Gush off of the album LSF5, which is called Live from Shed 5. And it's for our grass dancers. It translates to Anishinaabe when to be smooth as grass, sweet grass blowing in the wind. And that's Johnny boy right here. Ahoo.
Hey,
Again, I want to say thank you. In Cree, we say, Kinanaskomitin, means I thank you with all my heart. Or I could say miigwech, because that's what they say here. Again, I can't say it enough. It means so much for me that I get to share my passion and my voice. I moved here 13 years ago, and when I was a kid, I never really thought that this was possible, to make a living off of just being who I am and not having to sell out. I say this to say, I didn't go to school. Hey, I got a diploma, but I didn't go to school. I went right in the field of dance. I went right into the field of the things that I love. I followed what was made sense in my heart, and I've been doing it ever since I left. And I believe that's why I found the people that I found in this city, and these people that have changed my life. And why I'm here today is to share, to share my story and encourage you to reclaim your language and to get out of your own way. Yeah? So thank you very much. I got some tobacco as always.
Right here.
Is that mine? My floor, yeah.
Don't forget I said to Jonathan, don't forget your floor. Okay, that's we got one more performance that's going to be at 5 and it's part of our closing. So what we're going to do right now, it's 4:25. We're going to show you a video. We've been showing it continuously throughout the last 3-4 days. So we want to play it for you, and it talks to you about our people and about some of the work that Toronto Council Fire is doing, and it also talks about the plans and the construction of the Spirit Garden. So we'll cue that video up and show it to you. It's and then we'll don't go away because we're going to wrap up at 5 o'clock with our closing performance and closing remarks. So stick around, watch the video.
To our elders who teach us of our creation and our past, so we may preserve Mother Earth for ancestors yet to come. We are the land.
This is dedicated to our relatives before us, thousands of years ago, and to the 150 million who were exterminated across the Western Hemisphere in the first 400 years' time, starting in 1492.
To those who have kept their homelands, and to the nations extinct due to mass slaughter, slavery, deportation, and disease unknown to them, and to the ones who are subjected to the same treatment today. To the ones who survived the relocations, and the ones who died along the way. To those who carried on traditions and lived strong among their people. To those who left their communities by force or by choice, and through generations no longer know who they are.
To those who search and never find, to those that turn away the so-called non-accepted, to those that bring us together, and to those living outside keeping touch, the voice for many.
To those that make it back to live and fight the struggles of their people, to those that give up and those who do not care, to those who abuse themselves and others, and those who revive again, to those who are physically, mentally, or spiritually incapable by accident or by birth. To those who seek strength in our spirituality and ways of life, and those who exploit it, even our own. To those who fall for the lies and join the dividing lines that keep us fighting amongst each other.
To the outsiders who step in, good or bad, and those of us who don't know better. To the leaders and prisoners of war, politics, crime, race, and religion, innocent or guilty.
To the young, the old, the living, and the dead. To our brothers and sisters and all living things across Mother Earth.
And her beauty we've destroyed and denied the honor that the Creator has given each individual.
The truth that lies in our hearts, all my relations.
The year 2016 marked 140 years since the first Indian residential schools were implemented, 1876 to 1996, under the Indian Act, allowing the federal government to establish residential schools, incorporating religious-based industrial schools for the purpose of assimilation of Indigenous youth through education and religious institutions under official policy. Children as young as 3 years old were removed from their home community, isolated far from parental influence, separated from their siblings. Schools were segregated according to gender, forbidden to speak their first language, and their culture prohibited. Our children were institutionalized in order to integrate them into Canadian society, disrupting their growth, lives, and communities and causing long-term impacts. Many children experienced excessive punishment, physical, mental, emotional, and sexual abuse through this process of cultural genocide. The project recognizes the commitment to work towards truth and reconciliation through the creation of an IRSS legacy structure entitled The Restoration of Identity. The structure recreates the turtle, universally recognized and symbolic of Mother Earth, acknowledges former IRS students, their nations and clans, and roots them back to their rightful place with creation. The turtle, climbing over a boulder structure listing residential schools in Ontario, is intended to remind all of the struggles experienced by residential school survivors and to demonstrate their continued recovery. Council Fire has engaged the services of 2 experienced project leads who will work collaboratively to plan, design, develop, engage, and roll out the Restoration of Identity project to ensure it is fully realized. The first lead will focus on the design elements, including project construction, concept presentations, communications, promotions, and marketing. Assisted by a strategy planner, he will focus on building stakeholder relations, project planning and strategizing, providing support in building partnerships with public and private groups, as well as academic, social justice, and non-governmental organizations. Finally, the second lead, assisted by IRSS outreach workers, will focus on engagements throughout the project, involving residential school survivors provincially, including established IRSS groups. Additionally, she will negotiate with federal departments to build on financial supports for gatherings through planned and established events, to work with church and support groups, educational institutes, and municipalities to promote this project. A scale model of the turtle has been prepared in clay and plaster by the project artist Solomon King. The 13 tiles on the back of the turtle shell represent the 13 moons in the Indigenous lunar calendar. They also correspond to the 11 nations specific to Ontario, which represent 133 First Nations in the province, along with the Inuit and the Métis. The 28 tiles surrounding the shell represent the days of the lunar month. Lost identities were a consequence of the residential school system and the Gradual Civilization Act 1857. The process of colonization continued with the 60s scoop and persists today with the adoption of Crown wards. The Gradual Civilization Act 1857. The act required male Indians and Métis over the age of 21 to read, write, and speak either English or French, and to choose an approved surname by which they would be legally recognized. By the application of the act, Indians and Métis males would lose all their legal rights as well as any land claims and would become British subjects, though with far fewer rights. It was called enfranchisement and was one of the many policies that would be used to aggressively assimilate Aboriginal populations. Restoration of identity. It is our vision to repair what was damaged, reclaim what has been displaced, and to work towards restitution for future generations. This work has already begun at Toronto Council Fire as demonstrated by the following two intergenerational speakers. Firstly, there is Tashunka Pajuta Sugar, Lakota Cree from Pine Ridge, then Carolina Johnson, Oneida Lenape, both single parents who will speak to the legacy left for their generation and their children.
I want us to be a part of everyday society because I feel like we aren't. I feel like we were cut out from society and pushed away. You know, you can be really angry and you can let it make you really angry, and you can sit there and you could think every single day, why did they do this to us? Why did they put us through that? How come my grandparents had to go through that, to make my mom go through that, to make me go through this? Once I realized that there's so much more, there's so much happiness out there, there's so much love, I really embraced it, and now I'm ready to live happy and to live my life full of love, and I do that every day by waking up beside my son and hearing him say good morning to me. That's changing it right there. I feel like that's stopping this cycle right there every single morning.
We are Indigenous. Tajunka Pajuta Sugar and his son Ohidika. Tajunka lives in Toronto and works as a youth wellness navigator.
When you grow up in a society where people have been told, when you've been told, when our parents, my dad went for a brief period to the mush hole, which is the Mohawk Institute. It was not very long, but from what I understand, I wouldn't want to leave my child there for 30 seconds, you know? And what was broken there was spirit, you know? They're trying to break people's spirit and to really hate everything about themselves and where they come from. And how are you going to function in society when you can't look at yourself and love yourself? So what we see at Council Fire are people that are coming in that are finding that pride again, who want to know who they are and where they come from. So for us, that's a big challenge, is trying to help these people, trying to help everyone, trying to help ourselves to understand it and to believe in ourselves that we can do it. You know, that's what it is. But we've been internalizing this. We've been told by, the only time you ever hear Native people mentioned in media is usually when it's something negative. You know, we have a lot of success stories in our communities, a lot of success stories. We don't hear those. You know, and I feel that one of my biggest responsibilities as a parent of a little 6-year-old is to try and infuse that passion and that pride in him, right? To try and get him engaged, right? But it requires a little something from all of us, and I think someone else mentioned that here today, that it's all about accountability, that we're all accountable for that.
We are Indigenous. Carolina Johnson and her son Kiowa. Carolina worked with the Education Youth Wellness Navigation Program at Council Fire. She is currently on work leave. Introducing the legacy artist Solomon King.
As an artist, I take the traditions, the teachings, and the ideas of all these stories that have been handed down generation to generation from our grandparents, our great-grandparents. And what I do as an artist and an individual, I bring them into myself and I take them apart and I create my own style from that, whether it's, in sculpture, I'll break it down into planes, or as a drawing or painting, I'll break it down into colors. But what I'm doing is I'm reinterpreting it for my generation. And as a visual language, it becomes new again. It becomes new for the generation that I'm in and possibly for the next generation. But as artists, we are constantly reinterpreting what we see and how we actually share it with the world. For me, as an Ojibwe artist, that is what it's all about for me. It's about sharing and reinterpreting our stories so that the next generation or the generation that's with me can see it from a different point and maybe take that in and then be interested in it and say, hey, I get what they're saying here. And we can see it as something we can learn from or that it can teach us.
Our First Mother, Understanding Turtle Island.
Roger, update. We're coming up on staging.
Where we are, get me there, dominates me much away, no. Yeah, way, down there at all, gate, I'm opening.
One of the most widely held spiritual beliefs found throughout the world is the concept of the world traveling through the cosmos on the back of a turtle. Billions of people from diverse civilizations and cultures have long held this belief. For the Indigenous peoples of the Western Hemisphere, the concept is embedded in their creation stories. Throughout Northeast North America, there is a shared belief of a woman, some call her Sky Woman or First Woman, descending from the sky world to begin life on this blue orb. As she approaches her new home, a snapping turtle surfaces from the endless waters and gives her permission to land on its back. Thus begins the great transformation culminating in the creation of North America, Turtle Island. When she arrives here, she is pregnant and soon gives birth to her daughter. When her water breaks, the new earth is infused with fresh water that sets into motion and the second transformation, the growth of the green life.
Where we are, get me there, dominates me much away, no. Yeah, way, down there at all, gate, I'm opening. Don't check it, I'm hard to check. Way.
Nathan Phillips Square, southwest corner, south of the Japanese Peace Garden, between the walkway and the Upper Canada Law Society. Imagine revitalizing a grey institutional space transformed to reflect the Indigenous community through colorful design. In closing, we will hear from Andrew Wesley, Mishkegawa Cree from James Bay, community elder and survivor.
Hi, Jim. Good afternoon. As you know, many of the survivors that went to residential school were affected in a number of ways. Many of them lost their language. Many of them lost their culture. Many of them lost their community relationship. And also, the important thing is that most of them lost their contact with their grandparents. And once you lost your language, it's part of you that's missing when you lose your language. And when you lose your culture, then again, it doubles the what you lost in order to gain back. So with this project, it brings you back to start the search to find out who you are as an Aboriginal person. For me, one of the things that I lost when I went to residential school is the storytelling, the legends. I really miss those because we didn't have anything like that in residential school. And that's one of the things that I miss, because the stories comes with language, and the stories tells you history, the area you come from. The other thing I want to mention is about the project itself, the representation of the turtle, because a turtle carries stories, it carries history. And I think that's great about this project, that it symbolizes our strength. I also believe this project is going to help the non-Aboriginal people to in a way, educate the educated people in order to really understand what happened in residential school. This project will bring that issue to them. They'll be able to understand and to be able to maybe help them call into action to come up with something, how they can do their own way of helping out and bringing healing to our nation. And also the relationship that we need to create in order to work together and become partners. My own feelings about this issue is I'm very happy to be part of it. I'm happy to be asked to be part of this project, and also to encourage all of you to be a good person in your own way, to help the healing that we need. And ask them, miigwech.
Seasons in one day, lying in the depths of your imagination, worlds above and worlds below. The sun shines on the black clouds hanging over the domain. Even when you're feeling warm, the temperature could drop away. Like 4 seasons in one day, smiling as the shit comes down. You can tell a man from what he has to say. Everything gets turned around, and I will risk my neck again. You can take
Okay, this is working out just fine. Okay, we're so lucky as our last performance. I have to get the ladies' attention. We had the old mush singers here, girls. Sadie? We had the old mush singers here a while ago, and they said, do you want us back at the closing? I said, no, we got the Six Nations singers, Six Nations women singers. And Lance says, well, we won't come back then because we don't want to show them up. So, but I want you guys to show Lance up. We had Sadie Buck. Sadie is traditional singer, Seneca from Six Nations. She opened this morning with a beautiful song at the Spirit Garden, and she's got one powerful voice, this woman. And with her are the Six Nations women singers. She's the lead singer, and they're one of the most influential female native singing groups. They're all from my community, and I know that whenever we call upon them at home to come out and start a celebration or close a celebration, they're always there, and they're always very much appreciated. So it's my immense pleasure to introduce you to the Six Nations women singers and Sadie Buck. And they're going to sing a couple of songs, and they're to close off the celebration we've had here for the last 4 days, including the opening of the Spirit Garden. And if you haven't had the chance, please visit the Spirit Garden next door. It's now open to the public. So I am so glad you guys are here. Sadie, we always say, Sadie, we need some women singers. I know there are more than that, but she never has trouble finding at least 6 of them to join her at any given time. So thank you, ladies, for all being here. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome Sadie Buck and the Six Nations Women Singers.
So we're the Six Nations Women Singers, and we're part of a larger group called the Six Nations Women Singing Society. And the Singing Societies fundraise for people that have some kind of a calamity. But we also fundraise to help people out to get somewhere. For instance, we had a girl that wanted to go to a national math contest in the United States, which was in Houston. She was from Alligator Reservation, and we fundraised, donated money to her. But we also donate in our community for death and for house fires or whatever people have, whatever their calamity is. So we do charge a fee to come here, but then none of these ladies here, they volunteer their time and their singing voice to do that fundraising. So we don't actually, I mean, we like to eat if anybody's hiring. So if you offer us a food, we'll probably go. But we take that fee that we charge and we put it into our community donation fund with the Six Nations Women Singing Society, and that society then donates it out to our community. So that's what we do. So I thank everybody for being here today. We don't got too much time, so we're just going to do a couple of we get a lot of requests for certain songs, so we're going to do those today because we only got a little bit of time, and we want to close this city down. So we're going to do dance song. Okay? I don't got my rather. Okay. Pat has to stand up. That's Pat. She has to stand up. So that song was called the Dawn Song, and a long time ago, we used to be pretty fierce. We're still kind of fierce, but in a different way now. But we used to be pretty fierce, and we were always going around battling, fighting, and winning. We always won. We're used to winning, and but we accepted the great law of peace. So now we don't do that. We still fight, but we just fight with our words and try to push things through for our people, as Haudenosaunee people. But we do, so that song was originally one of our war songs, and it was, the context was removed, and now we use it just for an opening, or for like at the opening of the radio station at home in the morning, that kind of thing. And we use it for us here to sing, to do the opening for our shows. And you can't use it for a lullaby. You can't do it. I used to try to do it with my son. He never went to sleep. So this next song is one of our most requested songs. We get a lot of requests for this song wherever we go. And so in this song, this is called the Unity Stomp Dance. And all of you are welcome to sing with us. You follow them, though. Don't follow me, because you're stepping on my lead, and I don't like it. So follow these ladies here. So what they say, you say. Don't say what I say. I'm warning you. So this is the Unity Stomp Dance. And in the 60s, there used to be what was called a Unity Caravan, and it went from indigenous community to indigenous community. And there was a lot of singers on it from whole different nations, all different nations from across North America. And they put this set together. It's longer than what we sing, but they put this set together of songs so that they could enter into a community, camp, and start singing and dancing together right away. Because it's an easy step, and it's easy songs to learn. So therefore, I expect to hear you singing with these ladies. Six Nations Women Singers.
Just want to do another one? Just want to do another one?
We got time?
Sure, go ahead. My nap doesn't start for 20 minutes.
Gord said his nap doesn't start for 20 minutes, so I don't think he's going to go sleep with this singing. No lullabies here. Although we do have lullabies. Amongst my people, we do have lullabies. And after I realized that my son would not go to sleep when I'm singing stomp dance, then I said, okay. So then I learned lullabies, and then I sang him lullabies. And then he went to sleep. My son is also a singer. So I used to work a lot in Toronto with different organizations, and on a ride home, and he was only like 2, 3, 4 years old. And on a ride home, I'd say, come on, George, you got to help me stay awake. Because we'd be going out of here, Toronto, like midnight, 1 o'clock after something finished. And so so my son, I was very happy because he would lead. He would lead stomp dance. And we'd sing all the way from here to the reserve to our house. And he would lead. He would lead. So, that was nice because I'm driving. But he would lead. So that, for me, I'm very proud of him for that because he can lead too. And sometimes he sings I don't know if you were here for Ojihwagayo, the men's group that was up here. Sometimes he sings for them. And my brother actually sings for them. My brother Hubert, he's one of the lead singers on the drum. And my cousin Lance is also in that group. So usually I walk in front of the stage with them when they're singing, and I hold up a piece of paper, not real, invisible piece of paper, and they know that I'm saying that, you're messing up on the lyrics. They love it. They don't, you just frown at me, but I do it every time. I don't know if they're here, so don't tell them if you see them. Okay, we're going to sing a couple of Eskanye songs. This is the other thing that we get requested for. And Eskanye songs are women's dance songs. And they're made up new. And they're called New Women's Shuffle Dance because there's a newer version of our old songs. Because our old songs are used for ceremony. So these ones, we don't sing any ceremonial songs in public. Only at the ceremonies. And so these songs are new songs made up by singers, lead singers, and they make them up, and then we learn them and we sing them. But this is part of the Singing Society traditions. Sometimes you hear things in them that you don't expect. Hey, John MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-E-I-E-I-O, how-I-I-na, hey, E-I-O, how we are, I know we are, hey, on this farm he had a duck, quack, 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 quack. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, how we are, I know we are, hey, Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-E-I-E-I-O, how we are, I know we are, hey, on this farm he had a duck, quack, 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 quack. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, how we are, now we are, I don't know, I don't think you need a translation for that one. Here's a song that my mom wrote. Hey, hey, yeah, Humpty Dumpty, kinda ya somewhere I wanna know that, Nangani wa, kinda we hey, yeah, Humpty Dumpty, kinda ya somewhere I wanna know that, Nangani wa, kinda we hey, Kakwego, Swallow Stone, New York, where he fell off the wall, now he's scrambled eggs, kinda we hey, yeah, Humpty Dumpty, kinda ya so ya wanna know that, Dangani wa, kinda we hey, Kakwego, Swallow Stone, New York, where he fell off the wall, now he's scrambled eggs, now we hey, So that song says, you all heard of Humpty Dumpty and you know what happened to him? He fell off the wall, now he's scrambled eggs. That song my mom wrote. Here's a song that we get a lot of requests for. And old Mush sang it, but we're gonna sing it better. Don't tell him I said that. Bonnie, this is Bonnie, the second one here. That's Judy, then Bonnie, then Mary, then Sadie Buck, then Pat, then Clyde, and then Betsy Buck. And my brother Hubert Buck was also here singing. But Bonnie tries to hold those end notes longer than me. So, you know, like if you hear her, I let her go sometimes. Sometimes I end before her. Just so she thinks, but don't tell her I said that. One last song. Yawa, Six Nations Women Singers. Congratulations, Spirit Garden. Woo!
There's a rumor that says we saved the best to last. Is that rumor true? Yes, we saved the best to last. Give us a couple of minutes to get the stage cleaned back up here. We're going to start our closing ceremonies, okay?
That morning, the sun was shining bright when you came calling, with tears in your eyes saying you're sorry, but the good Lord has made his mind, so I guess it's our time. Oh, what a story. What a hell of a lie, playing holy, to try and hide where you've been going. Why don't you just tell me the truth, that you were naked, lying with my best friend in his bed.
Okay, everybody. It's been a long 4 days for Gordon and I. I'm glad he's finally going home. We only had how many fights? Actually, Gordon and I have been co-emceeing the Legacy Gatherings probably since it started in 2017. So we just, got our rhythm, and I think we handled it okay. And I want to acknowledge him as my co-MC. As I said, we've been doing it for so many years that we're kind of used to all the glitches that happen, and we do a good job. Anyway, I think you do a good job, Gord.
You're a generous woman.
I just want to acknowledge some of the things that we've had, and thank Council Fire for organizing this event year after year, and them and their staff. Some staff have come and gone, but I know a couple that have been there forever is Theo Nasri and David Sherry, who's been Andrea's right and left hands, I guess. Although a couple of weeks ago she wanted to fire David. But he was still here plugging away. And it's guys like that, and then the many volunteers that come out and help that make this a success. And it's you guys for coming out. And It was so wonderful to see so many orange. It was a sea of orange here. And as I said, there were events going on across the country, from coast to coast to coast, in big cities and little towns and little villages all over the place. And that's really makes our heart soar that people are starting to pay attention. But some man called me over to the side, and we said, you know, the survivors went and talked about truth and reconciliation. He said, you should change that word, reconciliation, to compensation. Yeah. I don't think he's still here, but if I ever run into him again, I'll tell him everybody agrees. But it's been a good 4 days. We started off every day with the Ganohio with Alan Jameson and the sunrise ceremonies. We had teaching, we had singing, we had workshops, we had the vendors, we had the teepees, and Gordon and I roamed the square and talked to people there. It's been a wonderful day, and I think we capped it off this morning with the opening of the Spirit Garden. The Spirit Garden has been, you know, on our plate since we started here, 2017, and it was a vision. And Andrea's been the fierce leader behind it, and all of the artists, everybody that came on side. I think it was a pretty emotional day for a lot of people to see it. Over the years, we've shown a fly-through of what it was going to look like when it was done. And you can believe me, it looks much better than what we saw on the fly-through. And I remember the first time I saw the fly-through and the singing was going on, it just brought tears to my eyes. And to experience today that it's the finished and it's up, and people can come here and learn about us, is just so fulfilling, and I guess makes my old life worthwhile for the part that I've had in it. And you know, it was originally supposed to be 2018, and I'm going to end on this, is that our people, we say at things until we get what we want. So it was perseverance and resilience, and you know, we just kept pushing forward, and we'll just keep doing things until we get it done. And that's what's our strength of our people. And I knew that was going to be my last, but this is my last comment. The young people that performed here today, I talked about them earlier, as they were all so proud of their identity and so proud of wanting to perform and talk to you. And I think that we're on a good path when we got those young guys following us. So let's give a big hand to those young guys. And thank you so much. I want to thank this sound man, the volunteers, Tina, she had to leave. Thank everybody that had anything to do with this, the security, everybody. So, and again, thank you all for being here. It's been my pleasure to be your co-MC for the 4 days. Nyawa.
Thank you, Eva, for those comments, and thank you for the acknowledgement. And it's true that we've had many fights, but we resolved them. Yes, yes. We've been working together for a long time, not just this time that we've been facilitating these sessions for Council Fire, but we've been working together probably some 40, maybe 45 years, and during that time, through AFN and through the Chiefs of Ontario, and while she was chief in her community, and so that working relationship has extended significantly over those years, and the amount of things that we've been able to do to work together. So I want to acknowledge that, and I want to acknowledge her work here this week. Really, the big acknowledgement goes to all of the staff, everybody who's worked to put this together. It's a monster job of putting this thing together. It's a lot of work, and it's a lot of, and then even the physical part about just putting up the tents and the teepees and everything that goes up. That's another major accomplishment that the men undertake and the women undertake to be able to put up the physical structures here in Nathan's Phillips Square, and so we acknowledge that as well. When I started out on the first day, I talked to you about the moon. That's where I started. I started talking about the moon, and I said at the time that if you look up under the moon today, it'll start talking about the waning moon, or it'll tell you that the moon is in its last quarter. But in our world, people call it different things. Some people call it the falling leaves moon. Some call it the turning leaves moon. And so what it does is it signifies that there is a change that's occurring. But this particular time is a time in the moon cycle. It's a time for us to be able to rest and to relax. The beginning part of the new moon to the full moon is the absolute best energy that we can work with. And so if you've got new projects underway and you got difficult decisions to make, they say that's the time to make it in that first 2 weeks. And so all these decisions that have been made with respect to the Spirit Garden and all of these things in Nathan Phillips Square has followed that pattern of making decisions when things are in the best realm in the natural world to be able to do that. Because it's easier. You don't want to be having to make tough decisions at a time where the energies are fighting against you. And so being able to do that is very significant. So I think that because of that, we said in the beginning, it's a time to communicate our achievements. And so what you've seen here is the showcasing of talent. The talent from the young to the middle-aged to our elders. Everybody's brought something here and they've showcased it for you to be able to show you. We've had all these young people come and they've infused our traditional dance with modern music. They've infused it with tap dancing. They've infused it with all kinds of things to show that we are still being able to continue to be able to generate and create new things going forward. And that's awesome to be able to do that. And the biggest achievement being communicated today, and thankfully to the former students, was the opening of the Spirit Garden. It was absolutely awesome this morning to be able to go through that process of getting that open, and to be able to see all of those accomplishments by so many people that have made that dream come true. And now the next portion of that is to be able to build the programming for that, and so that when you come, you're not just going to come and see things, but you're actually going to participate in programs that's going to help you to understand and participate in all those things that have been created. Because it's not, as I said today in the forum over there, it's not a monument. It's a landmark. It's an evolving part of our history, and it's an evolving part of our relationship as we go forward. And it's a strong commitment on the part of our people and the government of Ontario, the city of Toronto, to be able to make these things grow beyond where we're at. So, you know what, I think that for all of us in the work that we do from our side of the world, we need to be able to continue to do our work too as well. And we heard that many times today about the things that we should be doing and how we should be getting back at some of those things. And we heard a lot of the young people talking about the languages and talking about our culture. Knowing where we belong and having a home and knowing where we're going to be part of, is a huge part of what I think that we have. And so today we ask for help too from our allies, and those allies to be able to rebuild our world. And so if we're going to get land back because we don't have communities big enough to be able to establish our own communities, and we got to get land back. And we've got to get those things so that we have to get those things so that we can create economies. Cheap gas and cigarettes is not an economy. We have to be able to do those things so that our children can use the skills that they're learning to be able to make a good life and make a good living in our community. That's what we have to be able to shoot for. You know what I think about this? I saw this quote, and that's what I thought about when I thought about all the work that goes on here. And that quote said, "It's time to reclaim our history." And when we reclaim that history, we have to begin to write our own future. And so we said in the beginning as well, we can't depend on things over there. We have to continue to build ourselves, and that's our future. We showcased it with the young. Everybody has so much to offer, and everybody that's come here has a role to play in this as well. because that's what we have to be able to do, is to be able to get people actively involved in everything that occurs so that we can go forward. All of this is people-oriented, and these things don't happen without people. And so in our world, when we go home, we have to be able to figure that out too as well, how we're going to be people-oriented and how to make things happen. And that doesn't mean all of our people. It means people who are going to deal with the city. It means that people who are going to deal with the provinces. People who are going to deal with your neighbors or your housing or anything or those other things. You're better off working with other people for creating relationships and alliances to make those things more powerful so that you can accomplish more things for yourselves. We are really happy and excited today to be able to stand in front of you for 4 days and introduce people, to tell stories, and to be able to make sure that you have seen and that you have received some of the best work that Council Fire has been able to do over the last period of time. The 7-year journey to make the Spirit Garden alive has come to fruition today. 7 years, and we'll be really thankful for that work that's gone on. So, what I'm going to do today is that I'm going to ask Andrea Christian to come up here, and as we begin to do our closing, she will take it from here.
Hey, Skolik Squego. No, he just talks and talks and talks, eh? Yeah, they're both retired politicians. You give them a mic, and that's it, right? So, anyways, I just want to say you won't go to everybody, and you're going to participate in the closing, every one of you, or we'll get the security after you, right? So we're going to show you the wrap-up film, which my very good colleague, David Sherry. Stand up, David Sherry. There you go. He's amazing in terms of his digital work. And I also want to make sure that I know that the two of them acknowledge the same people, but I want to do the same thing. But I want to name them. I want to name the people that we work with. And I want to tell you about each one of the partnerships that we have with a few of the agencies in Toronto. And in terms of what they bring, it's not just about Toronto Council Fire. The Council Fire in our teachings just brings us all together. It's not about one person. It is only with Suso Guandiza, who is our creator. But I want to make sure that I acknowledge every individual who's come. And we have the Thunder Woman, the TP itself. Then we have the Two Spirited. We have the housing. We have Big Woman. This is our education. The ones in the back is IDHC, which is Indigenous Healing, Diabetes Healing Center. We've got Ontario Native Women. We have the Métis, and so we have AMFAPA, and we have Aboriginal Legal Services, and I'm not sure there's another one. But and of course, I don't know if you had a chance to see the teepee on the water, on the pond. That particular, I stole that idea because I was here on the square and I see East India they had the Taj Mahal, and they had it on the water, and I said, we can do that too. I always say that we can have 100 skirts. We can. I don't sew, I don't build, but we can do this, right? So, anyways, I just want to make sure that I acknowledge every one of you, but in particular the team members. We don't call them staff. The team members who are a part of our agencies, the team members who come through Toronto Council Fire and who stay for even the little guy. I don't know if he's around, Quentin. We encouraged him to come up the other night with his backup singers, that he can also sing. He's great at what he's doing. So we encourage our young people to make sure that they're putting it out there to each and every one of you. And so the same thing on how do we engage, how do we make friends? I know I sat beside a couple, and I was telling them about the significance of the 7. It's everywhere you'll see is the 7, right? And so it took us 7 years to complete the Spirit Garden, which is amazing. And there were so many beautiful friends and colleagues that we had. And today I said to the architect, I'd like to hit reset, because we have had so many friendships that we've established, and I didn't want it to stop. I wanted to hit reset and let's start again. So I just want to say, and I want to say that to each one of you and our team members. we have some really tense moments too as well. You need to know that, because we're getting on each other's nerves and want to make sure that things are done, they're done properly, and they always do come up. And I want to say acknowledgements to the firekeepers who come and make themselves available. I want to say you won't go to our peacekeepers. I want to say you won't go to this young man who's just waiting to get up here to dance, and he's taken off his, get your real gear back on. So what's going to happen now is that we're going to show you the clip, and the clip of this past week of pictures that have happened, and we're going to do it up with a bang, and then we're going to have the All Nations drum, and every other drum come to the center. We're going to sing. We're going to have a sing off, and we're going to involve every one of you to do the dance off, to have our round dance, and so that you're part and parcel of this wind up. Next year, we're never ever going to do 4 days again, ever. We had to be, because I said last year we'll do 4 days. Next year, to 29th and the 30th, put it down, is a Monday and Tuesday. We'll be back, but we'll be back in full force. One thing that I'm going to have a change is having too many of the booths. Our intent is not to be commercial. Our intent is to ensure that everybody has an opportunity to see the water, to experience the water. And this week it just seemed very commercial and about dollars, and that's not what we're trying to do. We want to make sure that we're there. So my very best friend, Ava Hill, I've known for 100 years, and who also was a very best friend to Gord, who's now my husband. And we didn't get introduced by her, but we used to both pick on him, right? And so Gord and I were together almost 21 years, and they always tell us, before you marry someone, you should at least know them for 7 years. So it took us 21 years. 21 years to finally get married. But now, tomorrow, we're going to go for divorce. You can't get divorced in Longhouse, so I just want to say that. Just so this is a really good opportunity for them to use their voice too as well, and I really appreciate them being a part of our process. I say you won't go to Kevin, and who's been a part of our family for many years, and he has all his other little family members. I want to say you won't go to Ted, who is standing here, whose mom is Ted Harper. His mom is Pauline Shirt, was a very good friend of ours too as well. I want to say you won't go to those. He's gone now, but you have Solomon and his family who did the turtle workshop. I want to say you won't go to the language classes. I want to say you won't go, and a shout out to Cy Standing, who is Dakota, and come up also to offer his words. I want to say you won't go to the cooks who brought the. I want to say you won't go, which is a real appreciation for Chimigwech, to the food that we've had made by the different vendors. And what we try to make sure that we're asking is that it has to be healthy. I was looking around in the community looking for others, but it's all powwow food. It's all powwow food. It's 40 pounds of grease, so you just apply that thing right to your heart. And so we want to make sure that we're providing you with really good food, and I acknowledge the vendors who come in. So I'm going to ask first for the movie, the clip for this week, the finale, and then I'm going to ask the drum group to come up, and then we'll all become involved in the round dance. So if we could ask whomever to put up the finale, it'd be great. And then I'm going to pull every one of you in to ensure that you're part of this, the closing roundup, the round dance. So yeah. And again, you won't go for coming out, Chimigwech, for coming out and being a part of this celebration and being part of it.
Ed skitganek.
So for our closing, we'd ask all Council Fire team members that are in the audience, if you want to come up, you have to come out the back door, up the back here, okay, please? Your technical team, any members of your technical team who are going to come out, any of Council Fire security that wants to come up, and what we will do is, as our closing, is we will do an honor song for all of those who have contributed. And so while you're out and out listening to this and you're being a part of this, this is the same for you. It is about being able to honor everybody and what they have done to make all of this happen. Wouldn't have happened in such a great way if you weren't here. So you being here is a contribution. So team members from Council Fire, if you could come, please. We're going to get ready. Technical team back here, the guys, our camera guys, our sound guys. Miguel, get your guys ready. Team members who are available. I see some already starting to work to take down some of the tents already. So if you're available, come on up on the stage. We're going to do an honor song.
So as all our staff and teams coming up, I want to introduce our youngest singer, Leah Myron, who's going to provide the honor song today. right? And it's really important that he's here because every other school in Toronto was allowed to come here. But the First Nations school was not. Thank you, Ford. So here he is from First Nations school who wasn't allowed to be here. Liam Myron, going to close off with the honor song today. Standing his ground, saying he won't listen. He's coming here to support. And in the honor of the fight, in the honor of reconciliation, I want all you elders to know that the young people are taking it back. Okay? They're taking back that culture. Okay? They're making sure that they're not having it taken away from them. And this honor song's for you. Liam Myron, take it away. Liam's going to do one more song so we can dance off the stage today, all right? One more, Liam. Alan, you're going to lead our way. Okay?
Kind of song like around us or just straight?
You could either go straight out and come back all the way around.
That way I can be the first one off.
You could try to bring the crowd in.
Swap maybe real quick.
Let's give one more round of applause for residential school survivors, Toronto Council Fire, for this awesome event here today. Thank you, Andrea Christian, Gord Peliche, and Eva Miguel for such an awesome event. That concludes today, guys. Thank you, Liam Iron, for that beautiful voice. He's taking back the culture, elders. He's taking back the culture.
Panel 2. I pity the country, I pity the state, and the mind of a man who thrives on hate. Small are the lives of cheats and of liars, of bigoted news press, fascist town crier. Deception annoys me, deception destroys me. The Bill of Rights froze me, in jails they all know me. Frustrated are churchmen, the saving of soul men, the tinker, the tailor, the colonial governor. They pull and leap on me, they're seeking to draw me away from the roundness of the light. Silly civil servants, they thrive off my body. Their trip is with power, back bacon and welfare. Police, they arrest me, materialists to test me, pollution that chokes me, movies that joke me, politicians exploit me, city life that jades me, Hudson Bay fleets me.